a grip in the center usually has a very large advantage. I
Now,
noticed
what about
that
this case?
he just captured.
Yeah, I was going to say that, you mentioned earlier that you were surprised by d4 because you were expecting that maybe White would just try to highlight the bishop situation.
Yeah.
And now that's exactly what's happened. White now has these two stunning bishops, but so does Black.
So does Black.
So what do you think here? Should Black try to shut the situation down with d4, or...
Yeah, okay, so d4 is by far the most attractive move, but then you have to say, okay, d4, knight to d3, attacking the pawn on c5. Now, it's very awkward if you have to defend the pawn with a knight, for example, knight e6. You put your knight in front of the e-pawn. So maybe d4, knight d3, knight d7, and then White is going to be playing for either b3, b4,
or e3.
Or e3, or both, to try to
Yeah.
break up Black's center. But definitely d5, d4 is by far the most challenging move.
But it looks a little dangerous to me. Like those lines that you were mentioning, Yasser, they looked pretty compelling for White.
Okay, and in fact, Fabi agreed
Yeah, because
that they were a little bit too dangerous, so he simply captured the pawn on c4, and Hikaru very quickly recaptured on c4. And now the question is, normally speaking, when you're Black, you like to play a move like queen takes d1 just to mess up the position. Specifically for why you may want to play queen takes d1, rook takes d1 is knight b6. If you play knight b6 immediately, there's queen b3, which is a comfortable way of defending the c4 pawn. Trading queens and playing knight b6 looks very pleasant or even position for Black.
Well, you just got to make sure that you're holding on to all the guys. So like,
yes.
For instance, if I play after queen d1, rook d1, knight b6, if I play knight f5, just looking after the pawn on g7, what's the best way to defend that?
Probably. That's a good question.
Because I've also got knight e7 in the air.
I'd have to do something a little awkward like knight e6, blocking my e pawn.
And then I just have to check the tactics, but it seems like things are coming up a little short. I mean, if I play now that you play knight e6, you've also stopped.
And we do have the queen exchange, by the way. Queen takes d1, as I had expected was played. Queen takes d1, rook takes d1, quickly played, and I'm imagining knight b6, which again Fabi did play. And your knight f5, by the way, does have some good tactical merits about it. I might even be forced to play f7, f6 in order to keep the option of g7, g6 alive. Yeah. And we're just getting set up here in the studio, so we'll be able to show some of our analysis as we get our systems all in order for this first Fischer Random.
That's right, and we've got this position on the board that you can see here, and we're trying to get. And we'll be doing some analysis for you as well. But yeah, knight f5. So what is it that causes you to give a second look now after knight e6?
Well, the reason is that after knight f5, knight e6, it's not very comfortable for me to be able to play g7, g6. I worry about this knight h6 check. So I'm thinking if White plays knight f5, I'll just go f7, f6, and then intending g7, g6, just to drive that knight away.
And I don't have knight takes e7. We just always have to check that.
Right.
Or even prettier rook d8. Just
because f6 stops the mate.
Yeah, we can't do that anymore. But that was my threat when I played.
Yeah, exactly.
But if I play knight e7 first and then rook d8, just trying to skewer your bishops, I think you can be cool with that by bringing your other knight back to d7.
Well, and also don't forget that the knight on b6 protects the bishop on a8.
True, so you could just move your bishop as well. Yeah. So f6 kind of like hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
And that's the thing about this position, that even though it's an endgame, there's still tactical possibilities for White. Mm-hmm. But if Fabi manages to consolidate, it will be very equal.
Yes, exactly.
So this is Nakamura's moment, and that's why I think that even though he's legendary for his rapid skills, he might be taking a few minutes here.
Without question, because he understands that if the position gets neutralized in the next few moves...
There I go, I was wrong.
If the position gets too neutralized in the next few moves, he won't be able to press his opponent, and that's why the knight to f5 is so attractive, to try to take advantage of some opportunities on the king side. But he just played knight b3, inviting a trade of pawns on c5 and c4. Still very, very balanced.
Right.
We'll have to see how the game unfolds. Just because the queen trade, though, I don't think of it as an end game yet. I mean, there's still so many, many pieces on the board. All to play for still. And again, sorry, we're just getting set up here in our studio so that our equipment jives with the position that the players have.
I really wish that we had basket chess for Fischer Random, don't you? So that we could see how Fabi decided to tackle this.
Ooh, that would be intriguing, that's for sure.
I mean, that's definitely, like, I think in Fischer Random it really makes a lot of sense. Because you get to show, because it's too easy to say after the game, hey, white just has an edge in this particular Fischer Random. Well, if you play basket chess, then you have to show it from both sides.
That's right, yes. I remember there was I think it was a Kasparov-Hubner match, where the players were playing both colors, so to speak. The players were back and forth playing the same position. But here we have that position on, and knight b3 once again. Mentioned that was played by Hikaru. Yeah, Hikaru didn't stop to defend the pawn on c4.
Right, so we got knight b3, and then we just have to ask ourselves what happens if we have a trade of pawns, as you mentioned.
Well, I'm thinking that since white committed his knight to g3, it's a little bit more convenient for black to defend his pawn on c5. So, for example, knight b3, there is knight e6 as a consideration, and it's not as easy for white to defend the pawn on c4 as it is for black to defend the pawn on c5. So otherwise, knight b3, knight c4, knight c5 is pretty balanced, and knight b3, knight e6 might be black's chance to unbalance a little bit the position.
That's right. So there's obviously plenty of compelling ideas there for white, though. I mean, we could consider bishop f5.
Precisely.
And that gets really interesting. I mean, I don't think it doesn't seem too good, though. Knight c4, bishop e6, and knight takes c5.
Sorry, so we go knight d3, knight e6.
And if you play bishop f5, I mean, knight c4, I don't know if that's going to turn out so good for you.
Well, you'll take on e6 and take on c5.
Exactly.
But now here's a funny one for you, Jen. Knight b3, knight e6, bishop f5. Now I'll do to you what you wanted to do to me. I'll play knight f4, attacking your g2 pawn.
Right, yes.
And then maybe I could go e6 and But
so
knight e6 was played, by the way.
And Nakamura is stopping those ideas that you just mentioned with the move e3.
e3. Intriguing. So he's thinking after knight takes c4 to then play bishop f5. Well, an interesting pawn sacrifice by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Fischer Random is just perfect for somebody like Nakamura. I mean, he loves the game. I really like it too. Why do you think it hasn't gotten even more popular, Yasser?
You know, one of the things, I've spoken to a lot of my colleagues about this very question, and one of the things is a lot of my colleagues feel it has to do with amateur players. That is to say, amateur players are so vested in their openings. They want to see players playing their French defense and their Sicilian dragons, and they know those openings so very well, and they want the players to play their favorite openings and favorite defenses. And when the players are instead playing a game of Fischer Random, then a lot of the amateur players say, gee, I don't know this position, I don't know what's going on. A lot of the professional players like Fischer Random and would like to see more Fischer Random events. And it's sort of like the organizers are hearing from the amateurs, no, don't do it, don't do it. We want them to play our openings, our defenses. So it's kind of an intriguing idea, right?
It is strange because I feel like you normally hear amateurs complaining about how much opening analysis there is, but then when push comes to shove, maybe they actually like it in a sadistic way. So h5 has been played,
wow.
And which You know, it's funny because normally in our traditional chess, knights don't end up on G3 or B3 all that often because normally they just go to F3 and
F6 or C3 and C6 are
exactly.
Yeah.
And one of the sayings is that whenever you got a pawn, whenever you got a knight on G3 or B3, you just play H5, A5,
right, and kick him back, kick
That's
him
right.
back. Well, in this case, with the move H5, Fabiano is trying to take the initiative on the king side, and he's trying to say, well, give me a chance to play H4, give the knight a boot, and then I'll play H3, and thanks to my bishop on A8, I'll mess up the kingside structure. So H5 is an early stab at trying to take the initiative. I wasn't 100% sure of Hikaru's compensation after knight takes C4, bishop F5, bishop D6. I thought that that might be an interesting line of play, but that was not what Fabiano went for. He went for H5 at once.
Now we do have another match going on here in the Showdown in St. Louis. Parimarjan Negi is playing against Hou Yifan, and he started off 2-0. But I should point out that this morning we went to Ferguson and we gave the chess club has that's right. We've got the chess club has 20 schools now in Ferguson where they're bringing in and they're teaching kids chess. So and that's awesome. And all of the grandmasters went out to that school this morning, and there's a little exhibition match between Negi and Yifan,
as well as Fabian and Naka.
Yeah, and I asked one of the students, who's going to win, Yifan or Negi? And he's like, she's going to win.
She's going to win. Yeah,
because
girls chess.
Yeah, of course. But really, the kid just noticed that her rooks were dominating his position. So he did strike some blood against Negi.
Exactly.
An exhibition match, but maybe today we'll see more. And we do have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some updates on our premier game.
Yes, they are definitely competitive, and you watch that blitz, and she just spanked him. She's like, bah, 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 took care of him. But this time, they have to play this unusual setup. And let's go to how they have started more classically, the move E4, E5, and then B4 was played. Not a move you normally see after E4, E5 in chess, but this is Fischer Random. So B6 was played, then the move A3, solidifying the space on this side, a bit unusual. Now C6, it's all about the center when you play chess anyway, in C4, trying to clamp down on that central position. Now knight to E7, bringing the knight out. And after D4, taking some space, and queen takes D4. And guys, there's a mate threat already in the game. Imagine that, with the threat of mate, of course. She noticed it and played the move knight to E6, attacking the queen and also defending the pawn on G7. So we expect the queen to move at any moment. This is looking kind of regular, really fast. Unlike the Nakamura game, this one is looking quite normal. It looks like if a knight comes out, this knight comes out, and then you castle. It's like a regular chess position. So we'll see how this one proceeds. I think the players are both comfortable already.
Very good.
Well, we got queens on the board.
Yes, in that particular game. And I like the retreat queen B2, keeping those the threats in Negi Hou Yifan's game alive. So that game turned out to be far more intriguing. In Naka's game, they traded off queen so quickly that...
Although I think that game can be interesting too.
Yes,
Because Fischer Random, in particularly that position, has a little bit more attacking potential, I think, than regular chess in certain situations. Because sometimes there's just like weaknesses in, as I was teaching this morning to some of the youngsters in that school in Ferguson, Voigt Elementary. F7 is the weekness.
Yes.
F2 is the weakness.
Right.
But we have this beautiful move called castling.
Yeah, you defend your weaknesses, yes.
But in Fischer Random, sometimes there's like a point which is not as easy to defend.
That's right.
And that accentuates the attacking chances.
That's right, exactly so. Depending upon the configuration of the pieces, an A2 pawn could be hanging, for example, and things like that.
So if you were playing an exhibition match and you had to play one regular chess game and one Fischer Random game, and you didn't know what the position was going to be, it was totally random, you would surely pick white in the Fischer Random position, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So overall, on average, white has a bigger edge in Fischer Random than in regular.
And again, certain positions from the 960 are actually very, very favorable for the first player, and I don't think they should really be allowed. And Gary, in selecting the positions that he did, was looking for those positions that were absolutely balanced, but also double-edged, inviting the players to create a mess very early with, like it's very tiresome in Fischer Random if of all four bishops are in the corners, because everybody has to move their G-pawns, and a lot of pieces get traded on the diagonals, swapped early.
Right, so basically it can go either way, is what you would expect. It can be
Yes.
more dynamic or more tradey.
More
Is that a word?
tradey? I'm not sure about tradey, but I like it.
Trade-delicious?
Trade-delicious? Very good. And in Nakamura's game, I see that Hikaru has played knight g3, e2, kind of sidestepping this h5, h4 bums rush.
And now we see this position on the board right here.
Yeah, knight takes
that Yasser's
c4.
talking about.
And then Hikaru played the move rook c1 to attack the knight. Knight looks like it tucked itself in on the a3 square. That's a bit of a surprise, like the knight looks a little confused. How did it get there kind of thing? And then after knight a3, bishop dropped to f5, and I'm rook h6.
Whoa.
I was wondering how Fabi was going to cover both his knight as well as the c5 pawn. He gives back the c5 pawn by just playing the move rook h6.
Okay, so bishops are still good. So let's see. So let's take on c5.
Knight takes c5.
Oh, but instead we got to move. We got castling in. Okay, so Nakamura figured that pawn's a goner anyway. So let's just castle first, and kind of keep the pressure on.
Well,
now, the only
isn't
question
it-
there would be, what about c4?
c4 is a move. c4, I can imagine knight d2.
Or knight a5, which
Or
one's
knight
better, though?
a5. But I'm thinking that if I were black, I'd probably be attracted to bishop d6. Developing and also protecting the pawn on c5 for the moment.
Right, and so if we wanted to take it, we'd be compelled to take on e6, and then
You're giving up the two bishops in a pretty open position.
exactly. So that's not super exciting.
Attractive, no.
Is there anything we can do about that knight on a3? I mean,
Yeah.
its only retreating square is b5.
Right.
So
well,
suppose we played something like,
bishop b2.
yeah, bishop b2, you can go knight b5, and the problem is if I go knight c3, trying to trap you with bishop b2, then you can always access the c4 square.
Right.
Right?
But also the point of bishop d6 was maybe to be able to protect the knight on a3 with the move c5, c4. And we have a different move. We have knight a3 to b5. Hard to guess that one. Knight
Oh,
a3
I think he
to
started with bishop d6, and then we
Right.
got rook d1 by Nakamura, and then knight b5.
and then knight b5.
He's trying, and now
Knight b5 in that situation.
just feeling like his knight was a little bit out there in the air. Now, how about trying? So white at the moment is down a pawn, but his pieces are quite harmonious. So, we can always take on e6 and take on c5, but that just really liquidates everything. Any way to keep on the pressure?
Well, I think that Hikaru is like chewing over that bishop takes e6, because bishop takes e6, rook takes e6, knight takes c5, attacking the rook. Rook goes to g6 with a return of favor against the g2 pawn, and black has won the two bishops. Right now, white's a little bit better development, a little freer. His rooks are a little bit better. But I'm sure Hikaru would like to be able to keep the position, win back his pawn without giving up the two bishops after bishop takes e6. Maybe he's asking too much, because from black's point of view, if black can play knight b5 to c7, he's basically saying, I'm going to keep this pawn for as long as I can.
What about playing the move e4?
Right,
just with
that's the type of
some
move.
blunt threats of a4 and e5.
I think that's precisely the move that Hikaru is thinking about. Hikaru is probably thinking, if I can go e4, pardon me, and expand and win the pawn on c5 in a comfortable way, I'll have the much superior position. So I'm sure e5 bishop takes e6. He'd rather play e4 than bishop takes e6.
For sure, for
Yeah.
sure. I remember when we played e3, it was specifically to stop knight f4 before, when knight f4, we didn't have a knight on e2 yet.
Right.
So now that we have a knight on e2, knight f4 is not dangerous. We can simply capture and then take on c5 with a very nice position.
Exactly.
So how does Fabi respond to the move e4?
Let's say e3, e4, with this very dangerous threat of e4, e5.
No, notice
Let's
that you
say,
can play g6, but now I can play bishop e6.
and then you're happy. Right.
Yes.
So let me go after e4, knight f4. Then you could take, and play rook takes c5. So in that case, you've won back your pawn, so you're happy. But then I can go knight d6. And what? Knight a3.
No, that was just a mouse slip.
A mouse slip. Okay, a mouse slip it is. Okay. No, I would have been very surprised by that move. But I do like e3, e4. I think that is far better chances for white getting something than bishop takes e6. Bishop takes e6 is easy for black.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think here. Yeah, black's position just looks.
It looks a little discombobulated, actually, to me.
For sure.
This rook on h6, the knight on b5. White's pieces look a lot more in, say, a normal comfort zone. But there is an extra pawn in the position for black, that pawn on c5, and that you're always thinking, like, how can I win my material back and have a good game?
For sure, and I mean, and instead it looks like Nakamura has played the move bishop to d3.
Didn't see that coming.
Hitting the knight on b5.
I find that a surprising move because I thought that black was actually intending knight on b5 to c7 to strengthen his knight. So just pushing the knight to c7 looks a little bit in black's favor.
Well, he probably also wants to play e4 just after kicking the knight back.
Yes, that
And
is
so-
that very likely his intent. I mean,
Because any type of a6 move is very, very weakening, and Bobby wouldn't want to do that. So we expect knight c7, then e4, and
now you're threatening e5 to
just
trap
winning a piece.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly. And in this case, the difference is with the bishop on d3. After knight f4, you can go e5 because the knight on e2 is protected by the bishop on d3. So this does set up the e4, e5 advance in a strong way. So let's try it again. We'll go knight c7, e4. Now I have to play the slightly ugly-looking move f7, f6.
Not as ugly as it was when I could play bishop takes e6, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
yeah, it looks kind of ugly, but let's keep going. And can we? So we can't play. We don't have quite enough ammunition to play a4.
Not quite yet. And the players are beginning to speed up their tempo.
So, yeah,
they spent a
let's
lot
see
of
what they
time getting to
played.
this position, and we'll get to the position in a second. As again, we do apologize. We're getting our equipment set up here in the studio.
And e4 was played and f6, just like we predicted. Wow, we're so good.
These guys aren't bad. They're not bad, Jen, really. Yeah.
And
And
then
f3, a very, very solid little move. Hikaru did not want to. Hikaru wants to play bishop d3 to c4, putting his bishop on that very nice diagonal, but he didn't want to do so at the cost of his e4 pawn, so he just fortified it with the move f2, f3. Very sensibly, and now basically Hikaru is saying, I'm a pawn down. I'm willing to play the position of pawn down, but look at your ungainly looking rooks. Your rooks don't look really that great on h6 and e8. What are you going to do about it?
Yes.
And we find the answer, h5, h4.
Well, I think h4 is also designed because I could have actually played the move knight g3 with the thought that if you capture, your c5 pawn's a goner, and then I'm going to be doing fantastically. And if you don't capture, my knight might come to f5. So I think this is the reason behind h4.
I see too. You're probably very right that you're preventing knight g3, but even more so, maybe you're giving your rook that square h5, so you can just kind of emerge and defend the pawn on c5. Also, it's not completely out of the question that h3 and knight g5 might suddenly appear as a kind of a kingside counterattack. So h4 is a very multi-purpose move. I like it for Fabi.
And they're playing pretty quickly. Knight a5 with this idea of occupying the beautiful c4 square.
Again, I thought that he had made the c4 square ideal for his bishop. I didn't see that Hikaru was trying to use it for his knight as well. Like it's going to be quite a conduit going through the c4 square. Rook h5, and I'm imagining that knight c4. I beg your pardon. Pretending that I really do want to capture that bishop on d6 and maybe win that d6 pawn thanks to the rook on d1.
Yeah, lots of interesting possibilities here. Also remember that the move e5 can come into play because if you take with the pawn of the bishop, we got bishop we've got our bishop g6 idea.
Ooh, sneaky. I like that.
And
so
why didn't that work last move?
The knight was on a5.
Right, but we had a bishop on a1 anyway.
Ooh. I guess he would have been forced to sacrifice an exchange, perhaps, with rook takes e5.
Yeah, maybe he
because
thought that
bishop
was,
g6 is skewering both rooks.
Forking, yeah. So I think Nakamura calculated that in advance that he thought this was more powerful. e5 immediately, just as you mentioned, rook takes e5.
Yeah, and you got two pawns and a bishop for an exchange in case you capture on e5. Now, after knight c4, I think it's probably in black's interest just to play the move rook on e8 to d8 in order to, first of all, defend d6 and get out of that bishop g6 double attack.
It's intriguing that Nakamura spent so little time on knight c4 and didn't even think about e5. Maurice, your thoughts?
Yes, indeed, that position was intriguing, but after this move, rook h5, which looked like it might for this tactical opportunity, yeah, even the engines can analyze 960 positions because it's just chess as far as they're concerned. The move e5, the engines say much better for black automatically already. Black has a pawn, thanks enough for another one. And after bishop g6, just a calm, cool rook g5 takes. And in this position, engine says, I got a good position. Everything you mentioned, Yaz, with the active pieces, black's pieces are very strong, very solid, hard to break through, and you've given up that light squared bishop, which could become dynamic along this long diagonal. Bishop takes f3 is already a threat because of the pin along this file. So that's why Nakamura said, oh, no, forget about that. I'm going to continue to play for simple play in this position. So instead of that, after rook to h5, he just continued with his positional idea of knight to c4, and that's what the engines also approve, saying that black has a smidgen of an edge, not a real edge, basically saying, you know what, I got a pawn, I got to say something. But that's about it. White is doing perfectly fine in this position.
Thank you, Maurice. And I think we have a move by Fabi. Did we see the move king f8 or not? Has that appeared? Yes. Okay, we had Fabi. I was expecting rook on e8 to d8 to step out of that threat of potential threat of bishop g6, but king f8 was Fabi's choice. I guess he's hoping that Hikaru will capture on d6, and then his king can find a very nice square on e7. So king f8.
And thinking that just like similar counterplay to what the variations Maurice were showing will suffice after e5. So what, greed is not good? Greed's not good?
The pieces? Oh. So I was just asking if I was getting my equipment, but no! They won't give it to me. I'm anxious to make some moves here. So what do you imagine Hikaru is going to do against king f8?
So yeah, I was just saying that it seems like e5 still, black has that same kind of counterplay, right?
What Maurice pointed out, e5, fe5, bishop g6, rook g5, bishop e8, knight e8.
Or now even maybe king e8. Yeah.
Or even king e8. But then suddenly you've got to face issues on f3, knight f4, h3, and even e5, e4. So if I was in Hikaru's shoes here, I'd probably be tempted to... My bishop on d3 feels a little awkward to me, and I'd probably be tempted to be thinking about bishop to d3 to b3, to try to reposition it and open up the D file for my rook. I just don't feel like that bishop on D3 is in his favor.
And it does seem like Nakamura's just made a move.
Okay, I didn't pick up on that move. Did you see where he was reaching?
It seemed like towards the queen side. So yes, bishop to C2. Okay. Kind of highlighting the fact that perhaps he can play bishop A4 and discombobulate things.
So bishop C2 was played. Bishop C2 was played, so it attacked
the idea of bishop B3 rather, to get the knight and the bishop back.
Yeah, backing up. And so after bishop C2, exposing a double attack against the D6 square, Fabiano refortified his D6 bishop with a move rook on E8 to D8. And now the sly little move bishop B3, trying to freeze that knight on E6. Or, pardon me, to freeze the knight on C7. The knight on C7 can't move because then its colleague on E6 would be captured.
Right, so this is just like very, honestly, I think this is really pleasant for Nakamura the more it becomes like a blitz game. Yesterday, Nakamura said that he thinks that chess is 80% psychological and 20% skill because players of this level all have the same kind of ideas and strategic concepts of the game. And I like this concept. Have a position, more comfortable. It is a blitz game.
Yes, and on the other hand, I've always felt, and I feel this very strongly, there are certain positions that players play extraordinarily well. Like they really like, for example, sharp positions, or they like quiet positions. And it's up to you to really know your opponent and to try to play the type of game that makes your opponent uncomfortable. Like if your opponent is happy to be the defender, force him to become the attacker, or vice versa. If your opponent's a one-dimensional attacker, put him on the defense. Sacrifice and get him to defend. But one of the things that I've always felt very strongly about where Hikaru is concerned is he is very comfortable in all types of positions. And I remember you were interviewing him once and saying, well, you don't like the endgame. And Hikaru was like, I do like the endgame, but you're always attacking. You don't seem to get to the endgames are wonderful, he explains. Bishop B7, by the way.
Almost like he heard you there for a minute.
Yeah. Like, wait a minute. No, I really do like all types of positions. And we have some hacking going on there. I think I saw bishop b7 to a6. Let me see. We'll get an update in a moment. Yes, and there is a missing light square bishop in black's camp. So Fabi went bishop b7 to a6. He captured the knight, and then he planted his knight on the d4 square.
Gosh, this is so scary. I mean, I know that black might end up being okay in the end, but it looks like everything's kind of hanging by a thread for a minute. So let's see. If white just plays knight d4 and we move the bishop to suppose like d5, how are you defending your knight on c7?
Okay, well, just a second. Hold on. Knight takes d4, c5 takes d4. So first of all, c5 takes d4 opens up the rook along the fifth rank.
Yeah, that's why I played bishop d5.
Yeah, that you got to play bishop d5.
So you wouldn't play rook a5?
Exactly, and snap it off. So bishop d5 did block me for a moment. But then you've got to think about the exchange sacrifice to begin with. Knight takes d5, bishop takes d8. But isn't there also e6?
There is, yeah, and I was just trying to analyze that after bishop c7, but instead we've got the quiet move, king f2 here by Nakamura.
Okay,
just,
king h2. Well, now the game is definitely heating up. By the way, king h2 does expose the h2 pawn. I'm an old pawn grubber, you know me. Bishop takes h2. Would definitely flash through my mind.
That's pretty dangerous. I mean,
I know.
I have f4.
Ooh, yeah.
And if you play knight e2, I have bishop takes e2, attacking your rook.
Rooks galore. Well, there's rook on d8 hanging as well. But yeah, I mean, so I'm just saying, king f2. Don't be surprised if that h2 pawn comes under attack. But okay.
What are you? Don't remember the last time a great American player played bishop takes h2?
Bobby, And it didn't lose the game. For those of you who watch Pawn Sacrifice, Bobby did not resign after capturing on H2. He fought his way to an adjourned position and lost an adjourned game.
Right. He missed something in the variations, I think, with like King F3 or something somewhere.
Exactly.
It wasn't that he actually missed that move entirely.
No.
He didn't miss G3. He missed a little nuance. Bishop D2 somewhere.
Exactly.
With the idea of Bishop E1, yeah.
Yeah.
But Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with an update on this game.
Absolutely, and that move, Bishop H2, looks so attractive. It looks juicy. You just want to grab that pawn, but the engines are screaming, don't do it, don't touch it. Don't be like Bobby. Bishop takes H2, but look at this refutation. Completely unusual, guys. G4. G4? Like, what? Are you joking? What's this? First of all, I can take en passant, but after King G2, the computer's arguing, well, what's your bishop going to do for the rest of the game? Effectively, you're down a piece. This piece is out of the game. There's no way you can make any progress on this side. So actually, they like white here to the engines. The bishop's also cut off from the knight on C7. So tactically, all of white's pieces are harmonized. Meantime, black's pieces look completely disjointed. What a fascinating idea, this move, G4 in refutation of this move. That's just completely inhuman. I mean, that's just ridiculous as a chess move. The other point is, if the rook were to move away, let's say to H6, now, all of a sudden, the pawn on C5 becomes scrumptious. This bishop is still in a weird way. The nice retreating move, bishop back to B3. The rook is no longer guarding this pawn on that square, and suddenly all of black's pieces are in funny business, funny land. How do you defend this pawn? If that cracks, all of white's pieces, look at them, all five concentrated. Meantime, you could just take these two pieces almost out of the picture. Excuse me there. I had the bishop to B3. You could just take these two pieces out of the game, because it's only this and this. Fantastic idea, G4, beautiful refutation, and Caruana didn't fall for the move, bishop takes H2, which just shows you the kind of level these players play on. If we could just quickly switch back to the other game, this position here, black is doing really well. This looks like a chess position. This couldn't have been 960. Come on, look at how normal that looks. And white has the two bishops, the dark square bishop down this diagonal, but showing really no potency on that diagonal. Black, in the meantime, could plunk a knight in on d4 at any time. This bishop is sweet along the long diagonal. G3 had to be played because the knight was thinking about jumping into the f4 square. Black's got the open file, looking quite nice here for the #1 female player on the planet. I think she's trying to pressure her opponent in this game. Looks like a chess position right now.
Definitely.
A chess position that they're going to play blitz in. Let's not forget.
What
I mean,
time-
we are down to, it's already 1:45, so, I mean, there's no more than 10 minutes on the clocks here. I mean, of course, there is an increment, but
and it's the 10 seconds? 10
yeah.
seconds, yes. Very good.
Now we have a little profile on Negi and Yifan. Let's get to know them better.
I'm very glad that I could be invited to play here. Actually, I've been following the single fair cup for many times, and of course, this time I could make myself come here. It's a wonderful thing.
I've never been here, but I've like seen so many pictures online and videos. Like I think like I know stuff here. I have to look at the king, of course, and the Hall of Fame, and yeah, it should be exciting to see like the chess club outside of Facebook pictures.
Yeah, I think the format of this exhibition is unique because we are not playing like classical standard games, probably more serious, but probably lack of fun. So what we are doing here include Basque and Fischer Random. It's all, that spectators more enjoy.
I feel a lot of the games in classical chess, the theory part, it really makes the actual battle is often fought at home, or like it's not really being seen by the audience. And I think we as players, we are capable of creating a lot more interesting chess if we could just get away from all that preparation. So hopefully with a format like this, both of us will be able to bring our best creative chess to the board, and that should make it exciting for everyone to watch as well.
And for my opponent Negi, we played several times, I think, from very young age.
I think I've played Hou the first time when I was like 10 or something, so we have played a lot of games over the years. We've been evenly matched, but she's just been getting stronger and stronger.
For my expectation, I just hope that I could show some, some brilliant ideas, just try to enjoy the game.
the last time I played I played a match when I was like 14 or 15 with another strong women grandmaster, Caruana Lano, and I got beat badly in that one. So I look forward to taking my revenge this time.
Yeah. That was sweet.
I think those are the two nicest chess players.
I agree. They're so complementary of one another and self-facing in the case of Negi, where he lost to Katie Lanyo in a match.
Just very sweet dispositions also.
Yeah.
And it's great to see such kindness and then such ferocity over the board, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, really great to have Hou Yifan here. You know, it's always wonderful to have role models for the girls. And they see her.
She's a marvelous ambassador for chess. Really well-spoken and worldly, which really belies her age. She's so young, and yet she's traveled all over the world. And, well, I just think she's great.
And we've got an update from Maurice on her game.
Well, you might think she's great, but Negi's not thinking she's so great right now because she's putting a can of whoop ass on him right now. This game has just suddenly changed. F3 was played, and the engines are going gaga after this move. King to G2, knight back to E7. This knight was doing nothing over here. And after the move, rook to D1, the knight is headed to C6. And look at those two knights about to plunk down on the D4 square. There's going to be enormous pressure on this F3 pawn. This is all black for choice. The engines are giving a dominant advantage right now. Even if, what's beautiful about this is, even if you take on this square, queen takes on D6, no queen trade, thank you very much. We are hunting kings. I like that Bugs Bunny phrase, we're hunting rabbits. We're hunting kings right here. This is a fantastic position. And look at the time on the clock. Negi is down to 7 seconds, and he's played several moves already, and he's already resigned. Wow, we're going to have to catch up. He has resigned. The position was so bad. They blitzed out several moves. We will try to update the position. Like I said, her position was completely dominant in this game, and she has won just out of nowhere. Look how happy she is to have gotten that point back. Remember, yesterday she lost 2 games, so here comes the revenge. Maybe you were right, Jen. That blitz game that they had yesterday, that they had this morning, might have warmed her up and said, you know what? This guy's not so good. Maybe I can get him. And she's just all smiles right now. We will try to update the position, as I said, very quickly, but a dominant win by the #1 woman in the world. Fine attacking style to blow her opponent off the board.
Well, I'm not that surprised that Hou Yifan would be good at Fischer Random because she's not really the theory known for, like her amazing knowledge of opening theory.
She can play very theoretical, but she really relies upon her middle game knowledge to overwhelm her opposition in the women's game. And in the men's game, when she plays in like these top men's tournaments with the top players, some of her games are theoretical, but I agree with you. She tends to edge away from the long theoretical discussions and just tries to get positions that she feels comfortable in and can outplay her opponents. Which is what she did today, by the way. She really, really killed Negi. We have to see, Maurice, have you got the update at night quite yet as to how she turned the screws in the first game of the Fischer Random?
Well, I'd like to see a shot of the other battle, Caruana and Nakamura, because those guys must be getting very short on time.
Well, just as we've seen. And there we have that game.
And so it looks like the H2 pawn has disappeared from the board. So Fabi found a way to take it that wasn't immediately devastating.
Well, I see a lot of black pawns, not a lot of white pawns, and I see bishops of opposite colors. So first impression is that Fabi's for choice. Hold on. So this might be the updated position as opposed to some analysis. So this is the current situation. And the players are moving quickly, as we saw it right there.
I think we have some more moves since then, actually.
Okay.
So if we see just a shot of Nakamura and Caruana, we might be able to get a better idea of what's going on. Yes, there are no knights on the board. We see those have been traded off.
I'm counting 3 white pawns, 4 black pawns.
Ah, you're good at math.
I spent
Why'd you do
I spent my
that?
career counting pawns, and
but you know,
first
I do-
impressions are that Fabi's for choice. He just has to be a little bit careful that his king doesn't get into a mating net. Some bishop h7 check and bishop f5. Barring that, the d pawn is the most dangerous pawn in the position. The d4 pawn.
There is no mating net, though. It doesn't look like there's any construct that. It might be a perpetual. At
sorry.
anything, Nakamura might think he has a perpetual by being able to bring his bishop to the f5 square. And it looks like the king has the d pawn, the white king has the d pawn curtailed, so it doesn't seem as though it's going anywhere quickly. The question is, can the dark squared bishop get in the game? That's probably the biggest challenge right now, is getting that dark squared bishop into the game. And it seems as though he's quite concerned. Is Fabiano, look at his time ticking down rapidly. He doesn't see how to make any progress here in this position. Look at him. He's nervous. You can see the shot of his hand as it goes back and forth to his face, back like he's ready to move, and he's not quite ready to move, and his time ticking down, and finally he's played the move rook to c3.
I still think that he's for choice if I've got the position right, because I'm looking from a side view. But why isn't he simply better? He's got an extra pawn and the more dangerous d pawn. I agree. The king on f2 is prepared to hold the pawn up, but push it. Fast pawns must be pushed.
Got salt and pepper in the house. Push it real good. But I think that he's going to play bishop h7 check and bishop f5. How do you stop this perpetual idea? If the bishop just plumps itself down on f5, is there a way? Can you push something?
Yeah, I'm going to try bishop h7 check, king g5.
He brought the bishop, by the way, e6, different direction. He's going back to f5, same idea. Bishop f5 check is his idea.
I thought there was an f3 check in the position to give the black king the f4 square, so there was no perpetuals.
Indeed, a very good idea. I like that idea. It looks a little tricky.
But bishop e6 was excellent to stop the h3 pawn, by the way. So if there had been an f3 check, g takes, and I got this past h pawn, but now the bishop on e6 keeps that pawn. Ooh.
Look at this. He's looking to snap off the e-pawn, and then the bishop has no potency whatsoever.
Man after my own heart. Grab the pawns and then figure it out.
He's only got 1.5 minutes here, so.
Rook takes e4. I'm assuming bishop g4 to act as a blockade.
Still, that's going to be 2 extra pawns.
2, count them. And that a2 pawn is still way back from running up the board.
But he's thinking about it. He's still
Spending too much time. What could possibly be the move here? Rook takes e4.
Maybe he's worried about, after rook takes e4, rook e7?
And he's played f3 instead.
He wanted to get in that move f3. I understand why he wanted to get it in. So rook takes f3, and just after bishop f5 check, he'll be able to march his king up the board, hopefully to e3 on a good day.
We'll have to try to figure out why why taking on e4 wasn't any good, but now he has taken, and his bishop looks strong. He's got 2 passed pawns, the h pawn and the d pawn, and the white king is looking kind of encircled. If d3 and bishop f4 happens, then the white king will be in a mating net.
Exactly.
So that's a problem for white, and Nakamura's pawn's the only one that can give counterplay is the pawn on a2. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, and he's got 2 monster pawns that his black does, thinking about going down the board, and the king that will gallop, as you said, yes. That king could end up on e3 in just 3 moves. Straight down the board. What a problem position for white now. It looks like a lost game.
Wow, I've never heard about a galloping king. I thought that was supposed to be for the knight. Yeah. So this move, f4 to f3 was key. So now bishop f5 check, and rook g7, you just got that beautiful nestled square on f4.
Precisely. This looks lost. This looks lost for white, and Nakamura's going to have to show all his tactical skills to try to hustle this game. And he's played this move, rook to a8. His rook is not exactly on the square.
Yes.
Rook to a7.5.
Move it up a little bit more to be perfect for the DGT board. Well, here goes that king.
As advertised, the king does want to make its way.
Castles.
Oh, king d2. That's not that helpful.
That's inviting a check on d3 eventually, but he doesn't need to just yet. Those black pieces just form such a beautiful unit. Look at that.
Right.
All those pieces. And now
d3 check.
Why? What about just? Oh, you can't quite take on e4 because of bishop d5 check. Look out! That was a little trick in the position.
That's
But
true.
d3 check first, chasing the king away, and now
King
yum
take-
yum,
yeah.
give me that pawn. And here comes the rook f2, the bishop to f4. Woo! This is a beatdown now.
Now it's over.
This can't be fun to lose in his own game. Nakamura loves Fischer Random.
Yeah, but he's not loving this position. Jen,
Bishop
I can
check.
tell
Where do you
ya.
put the king? Up to c3. That
Bishop-
looks.
Bishop
Weakness check.
e5 check. There's d2 check.
There's D2
There's a-
check and
There are quite a few
Bishop-
moves. Bishop e5, stopping any discoveries.
I
That's
think
a
that's
killer.
over.
That's a bone cruncher right there.
I agree.
then we're just coming in with the rook and the
And
pawn. Yeah.
by the way, just to add insult to injury, Bishop e5 check is allowed to move h4, h3 because it's protected by the rook. And once the pawn gets to h2, it'll be protected by the bishop on e5. Hikaru is definitely losing this position.
Definitely losing. But he's still able to scrounge around a little bit because if d3 check now, which looks really attractive, king c2, and you can't get the pawn to the d1 square very easily.
we could play rook d3
So instead, he
there.
switched his directions. He switched directions and said, pay attention to this pawn
Right.
as well. And now trying to control that. But now bishop d5 check is in play, threatening to win the rook on f3,
But
which
now-
you might think about even giving up. But just got to pay attention to that move.
Right. I really like the move rook f2 now. First of all, dodging the skewer of bishop d5.
But you
rook
hang the h-pawn, though. You hang the h-pawn. You sure you want to do that?
Oh, then I
why
have to
did-
go king e3. I apologize.
Why didn't we play D2 and rook D3 the move before? Was that 1-8?
There it is, d2, and now...
Before, when the rook was on E8, we could have played rook D3 here.
Okay, but hold on. Right now, the d-pawn's hanging and bishop d5 check is hanging. Both moves. So what's this last move about? Bishop d5 check is in play, and also the d-pawn is about to drop. But he's ignored that completely and said, try to catch the h-pawn as well. Is this all working?
Looks
Bishop d... Oh, because the rook will not be able to hold everything. That bishop on e5 is the king off the chessboard. After bishop takes, king takes, and rook h8, then king to e2, and that bishop in e5 stops all checks, guards the h-pawn. Oh, that's a killer.
Yeah, well,
that is nasty.
That's a beautiful finish.
That
a
is
very,
nice.
very nice finish. And
now-
Hikaru,
We may see rook H8 well, we'll see rook H8 right away.
didn't go for the exchange because he recognized what you just said. And now rook f1
Rook
looks
f1 looks like resigns.
rook f1 threatening to promote. And in case of rook h3 check, we have king d4 with a double threat of promotion as well as king takes d5.
That's a cruncher. There it is. Rook f1, rook check, and now just back the... Well, if you back the king up, yeah, you win the bishop automatically. Yes, that's it. That's game.
King d4.
King to d4, attacking the bishop. Even if he gets the d pawn, you get the bishop, and then you queen your pawn. That's resigns. King back, and instead he's moved his king up, allowing bishop c4 check. Mr. Fancy, what's this? Bishop c4 check. He's going to play king f1, king f2.
King e1.
King E1,
so
and if
that
rook
bishop
E3
takes queen, yeah.
He's threatening to
Yeah.
promote
You have to go
King
king E1
E1,
here, so
and
now,
now he
bishop
has to
takes, we actually queen.
with
yeah.
check.
With check, so.
So
Actually,
rook-
checkmate.
Rook E3 check. Rook E3 check first, and now he's worked it all out. Another check, and now he's going to have to go.
G1, King G1, threatening to promote the pawn.
King G1.
And finally, after that dance, he has won the game in style. Mr. Caruana looking like he had it all worked out. No big deal.
no sweat,
did.
man. No
Easy
sweat,
peasy.
Caruana.
We were looking at that clock, but he
Well,
played
there
it
is a
beautifully.
second increment, so that is a little bit of padding, but
Yeah.
still, well, what
By
a
the
game.
way, it's
What a game.
really special when you can win games like that where you have pass pawns that are far, and you just kind of keep moving them up the board. I am very, very impressed.
That was beautiful.
Yes.
That was excellent. Well done.
Yeah.
And he just looked so comfortable.
Well, I think when we come back for the second
Well,
round,
we got the results first.
Yes.
Just to remind you how
we'll
this
be all-
first round went.
Our computers will be all set up, we're hoping.
Well, the decisive round in round one of the Fischer Random, Caruana won his game, taking the lead in the premier match here in the St. Louis Showdown by our top two American grandmasters, both part of the candidates tournament to challenge the world champion. And Yifan striking the first blood so far for her in this match against Negi. And now she trails only by 1-2. But lots of games left in Fischer Random.
Right. Well, think of how many decisive games have just happened in this 2-game match, by the way, 4 out of 6.
That's right.
Yeah, very, very impressive. As we expected with these 4 uncompromising players, we knew that there was going to be blood on the board.
That's right. And we also have some other statistics for you. We're reviewing our starting position. So
For the second
game
game.
2 is going to be, you see it right in front of you. So I guess a little bit more traditional. I don't know. No, probably similarly. similar interesting bishop powers. Those bishops side by side. I think they lend some extra attacking chances. So we're going to see how that shakes out in just a few minutes. So stay with us here at the Showdown in St. Louis. hello. Welcome back to the Showdown in St. Louis. We've got round 2 of the Fischer Random just kicking off right here. And, of course, last round was very decisive, with Yifan striking her first blood of the match against Negi. And with Caruana, with a little bit of a surprise, taking the lead in this match. You know, with all of these formats, Rapid, Fischer Random, Blitz, we put Nakamura as the favorite, but Caruana showing he can play very quick and very good moves as well.
Exactly. He did a wonderful job in the first game as they set up for round 2.
Now here's the starting position of this game. We've got all of our pawns in the second row, of course. And as you can see, the rook, the king, followed by the queen. 2 knights in a row, 2 bishops in a row, and another rook. So what would you play as your first move in that position, Yasser? Well, it looks like we've got an answer from the players.
Yes.
And we have...
in the Negi match, it looked like e4 has been played, and in the Hikaru's game, e4 as well. And again, Hikaru lost with white in the first Fischer Random, and Hikaru is playing black in the second game.
And we somehow have a C3 Sicilian.
I was going to say it could easily become a French defense looking game there. After e7, e6, the queen looks a little bit strange on f1, but it's natural for the queen to come to e2. So I'm expecting that Caruana will play the self-evident move d2, d4. And opening up the position for his bishop on c1 and just taking a nice grip, if you will, in the center.
Right, and just like it would be the case in traditional openings, if black tries to strike back with d5 and also get that control of the center, then we really have to worry about this move e5, which would be particularly unpleasant for black because it would also blunt that bishop on b8.
Exactly.
I mean, the only way, just like in, I mean, there are a lot of principles that we share. The only reason we would want to do that move is if we can meet it very nicely with f6. Mm-hmm. That would be the question.
So d4 has been played. And there's a swap on d4 and a very quick d5 after c5 takes d4, c3 takes d4, a very quick d5 by Hikaru. He doesn't hesitate for a moment. He's not worried about the clamp.
Right, so I think he believes that maybe his pieces are all very well coordinated to play f6 in the case of e5. Because to me that does seem like the key point. You really don't want to let your opponent just have that clamp on the position. Right,
and in recognizing that to be the case, that e5, f6 would probably help black's development. Fabi just played the natural knight d1 to c3, and it's looking like a real chess opening position very quickly after knight c3. You could get an isolated queen pawn position after d5 takes e4 and recapture on e4, and then the knight returning to f6, queen e7, knight f6, and it looks like an isolated queen pawn position. So pretty, and indeed Hikaru did capture on e4 rather quickly, I might add.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking bishop takes e4, which was played, so that after Hikaru plays the natural move knight f6, the bishop would try to drop back to c2 after knight f6. So what white's idea then would be to play a2, a3, line up his queen on the b1 diagonal and castle.
And then bishop g5 is also in the air, but instead it looks like
captured on c6. I hadn't considered that as something that he wanted to do, but he has created a weakness on c6. So knight f6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, and queen on f1 to c4, eyeballing the c6 pawn has been played.
That's right, and remember that if we do want to take away black's bishop pair, it's often going to be the case that knight e5 is going to force an exchange.
Right.
So black's possession of the two bishops might be short-lived.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. So bishop c6, queen c4, and a5.
Let her go.
Let her go. Wow. Okay, so obviously with the move queen c4, white was preparing to castle short But with this move A5,
Fabi taking a cue from your own heart. Queen
Yeah.
takes C6. Thanksgiving come early.
yes, that after queen takes C6, what I think Hikaru intends is to play the move bishop A6, setting up a trap that the rook on A8 you can't capture because of bishop H2 discover check.
That's right, and you can't
It's-
castle either.
And you can't castle
Is that
either.
right? You can't castle.
That's right. You
Yeah.
cannot castle.
Because you're pretending that your king was on E1, even
That-
though it's actually on G1.
Exactly. And you can't bring your rook to F1.
I'm getting
where
getting
it's an-
some information that you can castle, even though you would be giving up an exchange, so you might not want to.
Really? So you're saying that after bishop C8 to A6, it's legal for white to castle short and leave his rook on pre?
We can have our demonstrator make the move just to prove. Yeah, okay. We can actually.
Okay.
But okay. Oh, but that didn't happen. So actually, rook to A6 occurred.
Uh-huh. Well, a wonderful discussion just got nixed.
Oh, wait, you can't put bishop A6 castles on. Okay.
Okay. So still a little technical difficulties if we don't have full control of our software. But we'll come back to that later.
Are you willing to bet on it? I don't know who signed on betting on that.
I'm saying you can't do it because I don't think that you should be allowed to put one of the pieces that you castled on pre, but
Another grandmaster in the audience disagrees.
okay.
I think I might put my money on you guys.
Yeah, oh, good. I like it when you're here to support me, Jen.
But 2-1, I'll take it. Sorry.
Oh, boy. Okay, so imagine that since the queen is attacked, the queen drops back to, well, retreats to b5 with a very direct threat of attacking the bishop on b8. Now, black has to decide, does he want to play queen d6 to defend the bishop? He can't play bishop d7 as that would hang the rook. Queen b4.
Whoa, another endgame sacrifice by Nakamura. But in this case, normally when we're ahead of Machado, we're very anxious to trade queens. But in this particular case, if we were to trade queens,
We'd activate black's pieces.
yeah, all of our pieces kind of being shuttled to the back.
But now after the rook appeared on a6, white is free to castle short, and I believe that is in fact what Fabi did. I believe he simply played the move rook on h1 to f1.
We call that castling.
It's called castling, yeah. And then I think Hikaru has responded or is about to respond with castles himself.
Yeah, and we're gonna get that up on our board. Let's take a closer look at the players.
Okay.
So Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Fabi taking an early lead in this match. But, it's interesting. This whole match ends with blitz chess. 8 games. And clearly Nakamura, very experienced at blitz. Mm-hmm. You kind of have to think that no matter what happens, he's going to be in a pretty decent position going into Sunday.
Well, exactly.
So that's why Fabi really has to prove himself, I think, today and also in the Rapids.
Exactly.
And hopefully get like a couple-point margin if he wants to win the match.
Right. So again, each and every game played between the players, 1 point is up for grabs. There will be 4 points up for grabs in today's matches. And Fabi won the first game, so he's leading the match 2-1. But again, as you were saying, with 8 blitz games on our final Sunday Showdown championship day, that will decide the match. Sunday will decide the match. And again, I'm sorry to say that we do have a little software technical difficulties here in our studio, so we do apologize for that. It's as frustrating for our viewers as it is for us. Tummy turning for us, actually.
Well, let's take a look and see what the rest of the week brings us. In the Showdown in St. Louis. Tomorrow, same time, same place, we've got a game 15 with 10-second rapid chess. Kind of like, sometimes we call that quick chess.
Yeah, that I kind of associate rapid chess with the 20+.
Although the 10-second increment's a bit more generous than usual, so I guess it's kind of in between rapid and quick. But it's going to be great for us to comment on. I think actually that's going to be a beautiful sweet spot.
15 plus 10.
It's going to be a great match to analyze. And then on Sunday, we wrap it up with 8 games per mini match of Blitz.
And I think what we're going to try to do with the Blitz games, as opposed to these games that are being played simultaneously, I think we're going to try to stagger the Blitz games so that we can see Hou Yifan and Parimarjan Negi and zone in on their games, as well as Fabi's and Naka's as well.
Absolutely.
And we do have a castle. So
White Castle and Black Castle in this game.
So it took some time for Hikaru to decide on casting. I wasn't too sure what exactly he was thinking of. Probably just was planning lots of moves down the road. And we see Bishop G5. And it's time that we brought Maurice in to give us some insights as to what's going on. Maurice.
Well, it's interesting to see how natural it is for Nakamura to sacrifice material and just go for play. And usually it's the case when you get a strong bishop. We see this happen often in chess games. After knight c3, d takes e4, bishop takes, knight f6, no worries at all about this isolated pawn. And then after queen c4, you see the pawn's under attack. Well, you know, hey, you can have it. Munch away, queen takes on c6, rook a6, queen b5, and now even offering a queen trade into an endgame. Let's go, no big deal. The Indian saying slight edge for white. Of course, they always nod for the side with some material edge, but also saying don't trade queens, don't do that, it's a bluff, it's not good. This queen trade certainly gives black this nice open file, and the pawn on b4, no problem there. For black. Black is looking for great compensation, even though the Indians still think that white has a slight edge, but only if the queen leaves and tries to play a regular chess position. Should switch over to the other game between Hou Yifan and Negi, and this game proceeded pretty logically, in fact, after c3, knight c6, knight f3, d6, other knight coming out. This looks like regular chess going on here. d4. Man, I like this Fischer Random stuff. You don't even have to do anything. Your bishop's already sitting on the lawn diagonal. It's all sweet. The queen will come out in a second. Your castle. They seem to be playing much more logical, direct games. So Fischer Random, maybe another one that will catch on soon as players realize that there are lots of different ways to play this beautiful game we call chess.
Thank you, Maurice. And things just heated up quite considerably in Fabi's match. He played the move Bishop G5, and Hikaru ignored the threat to his knight, just allowed his kingside pawns to be doubled after Bishop F6 and G takes F6. And the queen, which at one point had gone over to the queen side to win a pawn on C6, has suddenly shifted all the way over to the king side, Queen H5. And Fabi is eyeballing an opportunity of playing knight to e4 and knight takes f6 with a quick checkmate in view. And we do see bishop b7 to stop knight e4, because that was a very big threat in the position.
So now if white wanted, he could play knight g5 and try to get a perp.
Knight g5 for a perp, d4, d5. Possibly.
But something else happened.
Bishop takes f3. So,
I think we had the wrong person on move. Okay.
Indeed.
All right, yeah.
I apologize as well.
So now we've got a very interesting position where the material is equal, but Black's king is really busted open. That being said, only one pair of minor pieces left on the board, and a move like knight e4 seems like it can be met by F5, yeah.
No, I was
E5 would be tragic, because then we would stick our knight on G3 and go back to F5, and one minor piece would be plenty.
I'm thinking of some move like rook on A1 to D1, touching the queen. The queen would drop back to E5, threatening a mate on H2. But then I go G3, blocking that diagonal. Then I've got a very nice open file for the rook. If I can go rook d7 and rook d1, it's easier play for white than it is for black.
That's right. I mean, we always are hinting at making some kind of rover with rook e4 at some point, or knight e4 coming into the position. So definitely the onus on black to figure out how to consolidate this. What about trying to trade off some rooks with the idea of queen e5 and rook d6?
Yes, that's probably a very good idea.
But we have to watch out for these knight e4 things. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would end up I think that's kind of interesting because rook d1, knight f6 check, king g7, knight h5,
King h6.
king h6, and that's getting interesting.
Interesting maybe for black.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That seems like somehow if you can keep touching that knight, you're going to end up winning, in fact, in that position. Of course, white could always fall back on just playing rook takes d1 at the end of the variation.
I think he
right?
probably should, in fact, be ready to recapture the rook. But in any case, after all of the early excitement, it seems that Fabi has the better chances thanks to black's awkward king side pawn structure.
For sure, and these next few moves are going to be really important to see if Nakamura manages to trade rooks or even better queens and consolidate.
Well, I think it's very important that Hikaru brings his bishop, which is currently sitting on b8, into the position, put it on e5 square, where it defends f6 and lends a hand on kingside defense, as well as eyeballs the pawn on b2. So I know some more moves have been played. We're just going to need an update, or at least if we can see the board.
So f5 shutting things out of that e4 square, which was so critical. Although white could play knight e4 in this position, I guess it doesn't lead to too much.
No,
so
just
instead,
rook d7.
Instead, we see.
So what happened was, I think Fabi played the move g3 instead of rook d1 at once. G3 was met by f5. Rook d1 attacked the queen. Queen dropped back to f6. Rook went to d7 and bishop to e5.
Okay.
And we're up to date with the play now.
So rook d7, bishop e5.
Exactly.
In the game as well.
Looks like a very
preventing
nice.
all sorts of knight e4 ideas.
Yes.
And
Very
meeting this possibility of consolidating in the air, of course.
Exactly.
Or even trying to hit back with a move like rook b6.
Right. Well, okay, so let's start with the obvious, rook on f1 to d1, activating our rook. Some ideas of rook to b7 and rook to d7. And in case of rook to b6, which is okay, you may be encouraging white to play the move knight a4 and b2, b3, clearing the pieces off that diagonal, and hopefully on a good day the knight will go to c5 and d7 and get back into the game.
So things are kind of coordinating decently for you here in that position.
Right.
Instead, we could try to do some kind of massive trade, but.
Well, you mean after rook to d1?
No. And just taking on c3 and trying to play rook b2 and just strike back with our own counterplay.
And going with all the major pieces, two rooks aside and queens. I get you. So I believe knight a4 was played. A cute little trap, by the way. You don't want to play bishop takes b2, as the old double attack queen e2 hits the rook on a6 as well as the bishop on b2. And the pawn, therefore, you can't grab the pawn on b2. So rook c8.
Or c8 kind of making sure that we don't land in that nice c5 square.
Exactly. And so in case of b3, I guess Hikaru will bring his rook on a6 into the game, maybe rook a6 to c6. This knight on a4 makes a bad impression. If you could put that knight on a nice square like c4 or d3, you would much prefer white's position, but with the knight's sidelined, you've got to be careful that black doesn't play a move like bishop to d4
so maybe something
in e5 and dominate.
That's right. So b3 seems a bit slow indeed, and I think that's one of the reasons Nakamura, Fabi played rook b7 here instead, trying to play a little bit faster.
Okay. I don't see how this is going to dissuade Hikaru from activating his rook on a6.
That's right, but at least sometimes we can play knight b6 then. Oh, well, he played bishop d4.
Dominating the knight. To Tsuji on the knight, yeah.
That's right. And now what should white do?
I think that something went wrong in the last 3-4 moves for Fabi, and Hikaru has definitely improved his position over the last few
So
moves.
how about just playing rook d1, putting a little pressure on that bishop on d4, threatening like the simplistic queen d3?
Yeah, I think that black is going to be provoked to playing e6, e5 to protect his bishop.
Right.
Which also protects the rook on a6, by the way. A very nice double re-strengthening.
Now we really wish we had our knight back on c3. Well,
Yes.
Maurice, what do you make of these developments in Caruana and Nakamura?
Well, there was a dynamic moment in the game that was really intriguing. Yaz, you're going to love this because it involves wrecking your pawn structure. I know how much you like to have double pawns in your position. Well, here, bishop takes on f3. Queen takes f3 was as natural as a baby smile, right? Except the engines thought g takes f3, doubling pawns and wrecking your kingside pawn structure was the better move. And now after queen takes d4 in the position, now king to h1, looking to attack the black king. Well, black could defend with queen f4, rook g1, king to h8, and now rook a d1. And this position the engines really like for white. Not that it's winning or anything, but white's the one with the pressure, looking to get some attack going. The queen is really posted in a nice square, freezing this rook on the f8 square. A little bit of an edge, maybe something to write home about in this position. Instead, he did play the logical queen takes f3, leading to this position that we now have after some natural moves. You no longer have the position that you want, this edge, rook d7, bishop e5. And as you said, Yaz, it's smelling like not much for white. That is correct. The engines are saying, no, this way is too simple. So a missed opportunity there with a sort of paradoxical decision that white should have played for.
Interesting recapture, g takes f3, and sometimes I love a great pawn structure, but sometimes the dynamic potential of your pieces means that pawn structure can and at times should be wrecked. G takes f3 would have definitely caused Hikaru more issues than he's currently facing. In fact, I think that black is coordinating better than white in this position, especially this bishop on d4 looks really terrific. It's a super bishop.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame that that knight on a4 now looks so
Right.
so dominated. Well, what happened? Did Fabi in fact play rook d1?
Well, let's get
He did play rook d1. So
let's get an update of the current. The knight is on a4. The rook is on b7.
and
Is Fabi white to play?
and Nakamura just played rook on a to c6. Okay.
Right.
So
I can guess black's moves very easy, Jen. I see e6, e5, rook c2. Give me the pawn on f2. White's coordination with this knight on a4, not so easy. Maybe it's time to bail out and play a move like knight on a4, maybe knight a4 to c3, and just say, okay, I can play this major piece ending, but definitely something's gone wrong. Maybe you're right. Rook b8 might be.
rook b8, king g7. It seems like we're just trading off our active rook. So I'm just not so crazy about that.
No,
But
I
what
can
about-
understand why.
Yeah, I mean, what about something just like some queen h5, trying to stretch out your queen's defenses?
Okay.
But you have that e5 move you mentioned
Again,
earlier.
I like that very much. Queen h5, e5, fortifying the bishop on d4, and again setting up for rook c2, and this going to be some regrets by white.
Maybe I could do something if I'm trying to like get some counterplay. Maybe I could do something like with queen h5, e5, knight c3,
Giving
forcing
up the pawn
you to
that way. Yeah.
because if otherwise I'll leap back into action with knight d5, and
Exactly.
then I'm happy. And if you do take, then I can get that counterplay with rook d7, which
Right.
perhaps will be sufficient. So yeah, I'm feeling like white might have some counterplay here, but he better get it going fast.
Really fast.
Maurice is an update on the other game.
Yes, and it's interesting to see how that game you guys are analyzing, only a few pieces left. Well, not only a few, but certainly a number of trades already happened. Look at this game. We're still early in the contest. And after e takes d4, c takes d4, knight b4, the engines are thrilled with white's position. Yes, you would be too if you had two pawns abreast like this. Nice. Bishop's already set down the board. He's already castled. She's already castled with white. And things are looking good right now for the white pieces in that other game. Those still early, by the way. We should point out those still very early in the contest. It just made a few opening moves, it looks like. The problem here, of course, is the clock times. You're going to have to watch that as Negi is down to only 6 minutes. And we see there the move Queen B3 was played, answered by the move C5 after the attack, Queen B3, and then C5 is on the board. And again, the Indians just think definite advantage for white just by a long way. The beautiful position of the white forces, again, looking like a regular chess position. The biggest problem, I think, is going to be for black. If white can just move quickly, white should be perfectly fine in this game. She's played rook E1, and the capture has occurred on D4. I have to say, I was surprised that she even paused there, since knight takes D4 looks forced. And the F5 square for the knight. Look at that nice juicy square for 2 knights. This bishop certainly laying an ambush. The only problem for white right now is that rook on A1 can't figure out how to get into the game really easily. Black would argue the same, but I don't like black's pawn structure. This is just a sweet little position. Maybe not as big as she had before with the pawns in the middle, but things are looking very good right now for the #1 female player on the planet.
Thank you, Maurice. And I'll second that very much. It looks like a Spanish torture where white has an accelerated advantages in a regular Spanish position. And going back to the Fabiano game for a moment, it doesn't look like the players have moved very much.
Has Queen H5 been played as well? Okay, so Queen
that was our analysis, I believe.
They did play that move, actually.
Rook D1 has been played, so they actually reached the position that we...
and E5 hasn't been played yet, so now Nakamura is thinking.
So
are there any other? What are the other moves besides E5 here?
Well,
that's a question. Just moving the bishop away.
Well,
but then there's a rook D7, so that's kind of annoying.
Well, the threat, of course, is rook takes D4 and queen takes F7 and queen takes H7 mate. So to prevent that threat, there's the move E5, and you mentioned knight C3.
Or rook C1 is also possible.
But what about rook on C6 to C7? There's that active rook on the B7 square, so why not trade off that active rook, defend the F7 pawn that way, and maintain that strong bishop on D4?
Then we might have a kind of drawing combination, which perhaps white would like at this point. We could trade twice on C7 and then play rook D4. If queen D4, queen G5 check, and then if you play queen G7, I have queen D8.
That's right.
The only problem is maybe you can just get away with running away with king F8.
And I'm going to exchange up.
And then I don't really have any good checks, because now when I play queen H6, you can retreat with your queen and everything is all covered.
In fact, we did see the trade on C7. Hikaru did play the move rook on C6 to C7. There was an instant trade, and the queen dropped back from H5 to E2 very quickly to prevent black's rook C2. And I think Hikaru has emerged with an edge in this game.
Yeah, it's not good if you play queen H5 hoping to get some counterplay, and then you just have to go back to E2.
Yes.
But does he have some ideas here, Maurice? What do you think of white's game?
Well, the Indian really likes black in this position and thought that the move rook to C1 was much better than trading off the rook on the 7th. That's kind of counterintuitive. You see this great rook on the 7th rank, you think, we got to get rid of that one. That's the human way of thinking. Yes, I agree. That's the kind of move any grandmaster worth his salt would, or her salt, would play in this position, rook back. But instead, the Indians thought, forget about the rook. Very concretely, this move was even better, and now challenging this piece on the back row. Any trade here after rook takes with check king G2 and suddenly rook to C2, and oops, F2 is hanging, and there are no threats at all. You can generate rook B8 will just be king to G7, no problem there. So this position is unplayable for white after rook to C1. White has to think defense. Knight back to C3 would be the only real choice here. And after knight C3, trading off this rook on the D1 square, and the Indians again giving queen takes. Because look, again, knight takes. Here comes that rook again. There is no mating idea. This rook on B7 is a paper tiger. It's not doing anything powerful. There's no way to add to its power on B8. There's nothing to do here. So again, you're stuck in this kind of position. Black is trying to increase the pressure. So after rook takes in this position, rook takes D1, queen would have to draw back on this square. given as best, by the way, willingly giving away a pawn on c3. Kind of a strange decision, but still black with a slight edge. Maybe not enough to win. White can start trying to cause some problems with this rook, but that's what the engines thought was the better way to go. Instead, he played in this position, rook back to c7, and after the trade, queen f3 was suggested, but queen e2 also a nice move, and the engine saying a smidgen, only a smidgen of an advantage for black here. Nothing serious, nothing that Fabiano shouldn't be able to control. This game looking very much like it's going in the direction of equality.
Surprising, because again, I am visually so attracted to that bishop on d4. It just looks like such a powerful piece dominating the knight. I would feel uncomfortable if I was white, but recognizing there is that ability to play knight c3, just give away a pawn and get into a major piece ending where I'm down a doubled pawn with very, very good drawing chances. But given the choice, I'd certainly prefer to play black.
Right. So this one this one will be a struggle for Fabi
Yes.
to maintain his advantage in the match.
That's right. He's just had a 1-point lead from. And we'll go back to Maurice for our other key matchup. Maurice?
Just a quick update, guys. While that game is proceeding with trades of rooks, only three aggressive pieces remaining on the board, queen, rook, and bishop versus queen, rook, and knight. In that game, this one has no pieces at all traded off. Just pawns, no pieces at all traded off. And the move bishop to a7 has been played. You want another move? You're going to have to wait for it because that's it. I mean, these 11 moves. The other one, almost a full throttled endgame. This is going to turn into blitz in a second. Look at the time on the clock. Down to 3:21 is Negi, and the move knight b5 now play. The engines, I must have the wrong position because that did not happen. If I can get that board position back, because certainly knight b5 is not playable here. I saw her just put her knight on b5. It looks like a couple of moves were played. Somehow trades have happened. We'll have to update this. Queen d1 in this position. All right, there you go. Thank you very much, Yaz. And after knight to b5,
We already had a quick move and a knight
he played
c7.
bishop e6 and allowed knight c7. Hello, welcome to the fork party. What is this? Is he just dropping material? Looks like he has blundered an exchange just like that. How often do you see this happen in a GM game? She's shocked. She's thinking, is that a rook in the corner? And guess what? We know. That's a rook. That's a rook. Just grab it and up an exchange for no reason at all. She's a bit surprised, wondering what's going on right now. But it's just a rook. There's no tricks. And she's taken the rook, and he's captured back with the queen. Negi has blundered a piece. An exchange.
No, he did this on purpose. He had a plan.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's blundered an exchange.
His plan is to be 5 minutes down on the clock and down an exchange and still not castled. Good luck with that one. This is terrible for him.
Maybe he thought he could castle out of the fork.
Yeah, look at his face
The
right
queen
now.
and the rook could castle.
Ooh, that would
that
be
would
a
have been
great
pretty
move.
sweet.
Remember,
Yeah.
by the way, that he lost the first game.
Right.
And he's set to lose another. He was 2-0 in the match. It's about to be tied at 2-2 with that big edge on the clock. There's no way in the world we can imagine Hou Yifan blowing this position. She is in the driver's seat like you would believe. She could almost make just natural moves. There's nothing in the position for black. It's not like he got a bishop maybe that has some dynamic potential. He's got a couple of knights that don't look like they're going anywhere sitting on c6 and f6, and she can just put pieces on d5, develop her pieces. This bishop on c1 will come into the game. There's just nothing there. Black is in a world of hurt. This one is almost resignable in this position. You wouldn't complain if he did resign, but of course we want to see him suffer a bit more in this position. We'll see what happens there.
He's such a nice young man.
We don't care about people being nice, Jen. You're too nice. It's about winning the game, and she's going to win this and make it 2-2. That's what we want to see. Meantime, the other board looks like it's equalized itself in the other position. Let's take a look at what's happened in the other game as Nakamura and Fabiano continue to play. We're trying to get that image up now. It looks like we're having trouble with the image as we are with this particular position. And she has played knight to d5?
She has.
Knight to d5 in that position, and there he goes.
It sounds like the position's a little different than what we thought it was.
No,
Trading?
I think it's the same position.
Oh,
Bishop, yeah, and bishop
It's the
takes
exact
d5.
position, right? Yeah,
and
we're
knight
still
e5.
here. Pawn takes, and now a knight on e5. At least something to be happy with. A knight sitting on the e5 square. This bishop on this long diagonal. Hopefully, one day, maybe a tactical trick, a little hustle move somewhere. I don't think so. Right now, the engine's saying big edge, big edge. Bishop to g5 is one suggestion. Bishop to g5 is one suggestion here. You could play this move to g5. That looks powerful. You could also play bishop to f4 if you'd like. Challenge the pieces in this position. This bishop on this diagonal also looks sweet. Sooner or later, this rook's going to have to leave. All these moves definitely good for white. We expect to see execution, guys. This just looks great.
Yeah, agreed.
And that's brutal that and that Negi, if he loses the first 2 games of this match, 2 to come, so he's going to have to recover.
Yes.
Whereas is Hou Yifan yesterday lost both her games, but got a big break.
Yeah, huge swings. 0-2 to 50%, although we shouldn't count our chickens before they're hatched.
Yes, and in fact, Negi has captured on e3, and it looked like Hou Yifan immediately played rook takes e3.
And we'll see castles. And, okay, just a whole exchange up, but...
and castles indeed did
win.
occur.
Yes.
The shortest castles we've ever seen.
Yeah. Now, let's go back, if we can, to see the game of Fabi and Nakamura.
Remember,
and Nakamura.
we had this wonderful event yesterday with Mike Matheny of the Cardinals, manager of the Cardinals, and also author and ambassador for the chess club. And that was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was brilliant. Oh, that was a brilliant evening.
Oh, yeah, and there were some jokes about people calling Fabiano Fabio, like the romance cover.
Yes.
The romance novel cover star.
Yeah.
But
I
we
wasn't
actually have
available for that modeling gig.
Hey, you were available on Cosmo back in 1980.
Different story. But something's happened here. There's an F2 pawn missing. I'm not sure how Fabiano has, or how Hikaru has, managed to snabble off White's F2 pawn.
Snabble?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
It was not good. How did he? I saw a bishop on d4. And it looked nice for black, but huge.
Now
swing.
this is looking really big for Nakamura as
Absolutely.
he's infiltrated with his rook.
Threatening rook f2, winning on the spot.
And he's up a pawn.
And
And that
How
knight
did that
is
happen?
offside. So this looks terrible for
A massive
Caruana.
blunder somewhere. Somehow Fabi lost his f2 pawn, and he's going to lose this game on a dreadful mistake. I can't understand how this has happened.
I mean, this looks even worse than the other game because this rook infiltrating, he's played, okay, so Fabiano's played the move h4. Does that help him in any way? And we can just play, so I was thinking about queen h6, but it looks like just queen g4 was calculated by Nakamura with the idea that if queen takes e3.
Queen d1 check.
And then
queen e1, queen f3, and it's a forced mate.
Yeah, there's mating in the position. So instead, a queen trade was forced.
So Hikaru,
And now knight
with
c5,
better pieces.
with the idea that rook c2 does not in fact win because of knight takes e6 check.
Oops, that's blunderful.
So at least there's that. Bright sides.
The right side. But the simple king g6, extra pawn for white, dominating pieces.
And your king is dead in the water. We've got you fenced in. We call that
You call that
fence.
fenced in Philly?
Yeah.
Fenced in
I
Philly?
feel like we should be able to come up with a better term for it.
Okay.
Let's think of that.
But definitely Hikaru in the driver's seat, wanting to tie this match up. We'll have to see. We'll go back later to see how White tossed away his f2 pawn, because there's nothing attractive about this position for White. After king g6, it's really, really bad.
That's right. So it looks like we're going to have another 2 decisive games in Fischer Random. Are there a lot more decisive games in Fischer Random than there are in regular?
We're going to have a lot more decisive games in both of these matches. I can tell you that with a high degree of certainty.
Yeah, well, higher level chess creates more draws, right?
Now, here's a question for you, though. If you were black in this position, would you play the move bishop takes c5, hoping to go in, planning to go into a straight rook and pawn endgame where you'll have 4 versus 2?
No, my rook endgames aren't good enough. I play your move king g6 and try to get more for my
You'll
money.
milk it.
Because I got that beautiful bishop cutting off your king. And indeed, and you know, their dark squares might come to f2, and I'll snabble more pawns off.
Snabble more pawns off.
I hate simplifying prematurely because it's such an awful feeling to know that you could have just relaxed and snabbled an extra pawn.
Improve the position somehow. But it's sort of like one of those things. If you're really, strong belief in your technical ability, your endgame ability, converting an advantage technically is so crucial at the highest levels, being able to bring the point home. And sometimes, reducing the material on the board is actually the quickest way to win the game.
So
but
you're
sometimes
saying that
it's prematurely.
simplification is good and sometimes it's bad?
No, I'm saying that
what are we going to do with that advice?
When you're technically winning, if you can win through simplification, do it.
Okay.
And I'm just saying.
So if it's good, do it. If it's bad, don't.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Good advice, huh?
No.
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
No, I understand what you mean. I think everybody has a tendency, one way or the other. Some people might have it, and that's what you need to look for. Maybe you have a tendency to oversimplify because they're so excited to trade and get the win. Mm-hmm. And some people might have the other tendency that they don't look for those enough. So
right. They try to keep as many, to win in a complex manner, if you will. Yeah?
Right. So whose games should you study for somebody who gets that balance perfect?
Karpov was amazing. Karpov was amazing in getting that right balance. I think that Gary was amazing at winning complex positions and keeping them complex. But Karpov was technically just an absolutely gifted player in his technical prowess. And by the way, Hikaru did not capture the knight on c5. He did play king g6. Fabiano, to try to mix it up, played the move h5 check, king takes h5, knight e4, and then this very precise move by Hikaru, which he saw several moves ago, rook to d2 to d4. I'm sure Fabiano was hoping for rook takes b2 when he had some counter shots after the move rook takes f7, and Hikaru said, no way am I going to allow you that opportunity. But rook to d4, I'm 2 pawns up. That's it.
That's right. And echoes of last game, total domination by black in both cases, and also with that dark squared bishop participating so well at the end.
Does black have an advantage in Fischer Random?
Definitely not. We were just talking about how, to the contrary, you would prefer getting white even more. And the game is over, and Fischer Random has now been tied between Caruana and Nakamura. They're still tied in this match. It continues to tighten. And another match that looks like it's tightening up is Negi versus Yifan, as Yifan seems to be on top again in the Fischer Random. So let's go and take a closer look at that game.
All right.
So last time we checked, she was up in exchange, and you guys thought zero compensation for Negi.
Yes, at that time that was the truth, but now he's actually got some play as he's looking to round up this pawn on d5. If he could win the pawn on d5, well, it's still not going to give him sufficient compensation. White is still for choice, but it seems that Hou Yifan has not won precisely.
And it's a 2-minute game.
And now it's a 2-minute game.
Okay. But it's still...
It's getting a little bit random,
it's good. Well, that's the name of the game, right?
Right, yeah.
Fischer Random with our little Kasparov twist.
Okay.
That sounds so poetic and historic, doesn't it?
Kasparovian twist.
Yes, again, for those of you just tuning in, Kasparov actually hand-picked these Fischer Random positions because he found them particularly compelling. So not exactly random from all 960 positions.
He offered 8.
And we voted on them.
Yes.
The public, not us commentators.
Right.
Although we were eligible to vote.
Boy, were we?
Yeah.
Oh man, I would have
You just
stuffed
need
the
to set up a
ballot
Twitter. You
box.
just need to set up the Twitter account. That's people are
would've-
already clamoring for that.
I would have stuffed up the ballot box if I had known.
Okay, so-
Queen H4. Okay, that's ooh.
I know.
So Hou Yifan has definitely decided that she's not going to sit and wait any longer. She's launched a kingside attack, played Queen H4, F4, and I'm guessing she wants to follow it up with, I was going to say Rook H3 or F5, but she played the move Bishop F3,
well, the
trying
thing
to
is,
make it
H7
awkward.
is pretty well protected, right?
Without question. And I'm just wondering if she's not showing a little nervousness here. Rook C4 is a very good move, holding back that F4 pawn from
Yeah.
advancing. And you can see black has made quite some progress in this game.
Yeah, White's coordination doesn't seem to be too exciting. You know, the pawn on F4, it could actually be sticking out like a sore thumb.
I'm wondering, well, this queen on A8 definitely needs improvement.
But she played B3.
Right. I was thinking that black was going to bring her queen to C8, but now the rook.
The rook's retreated back to
So
C7.
I have to.
And now they're playing very quickly because they've got less than 2 minutes each on the clock. So both trying to kind of angle for an advantage on the clock. And Hou Yifan has played queen to F2. I think at some point it would be nice for her to play the move F5, but that would also leave the E5 square wide open. So maybe she actually wants to stay put on that square. Playing even faster than they really have to here because there is that 10-second increment. Knight C5, H3 in the position, and now
B5.
Negi trying to get some counterplay actually with A5. Yeah, B5.
B5. Well, what he's trying to do is not necessarily counterplay so much as get in the move B4 so that his knight will be firmly anchored on the
down.
C5
Speaking
square.
of on anchoring knights, G4 was played, and then B4, just as you suggested. Now G5, so tickling that knight. Where is
knight
it going to land? Probably just to D7.
To D7.
And then we can try infiltrating with the rook E7.
Yes. And
And,
then I'd
our
have to play
queen.
queen D8, and then you would double rooks. And definite initiative there for white.
Yeah, we want to stick in a queen D4 check at some moment, the right moment, or we could try to go the other way with queen H4, but that being said, queen H6 check's not exactly a mate, right?
But no, I love centralization. Live for centralization. You can't go wrong.
Yeah,
Queen on D4 would look really very powerful. But for the moment, the real problem for Negi is where the heck am I going to put the knight? And he went to G8 with the hope of going to E7 and F5, and immediately
and stopping
came
rook E7 also.
right, and immediately came rook E1, a very good move by Hou Yifan, keeping that knight on G8 under arrest,
And we
and
want to play
now
rook E8, so this
rook
tells Negi to play
C8.
rook C8.
So that knight on G8 is a prisoner on the back rank. It's not going anywhere for a very long time.
Well, this position is all about the rooks, though. This position, if the rooks can somehow get into the game, then she's going to dominate, but he has to keep the rooks out. And I think that the H-pawn is probably going to have to go down the board at some point because there's no way to really break into the position otherwise. Either F5 or H5, one of those two moves, it seems to me, will be the way. Although right now, queen to D2 looks very powerful. That move, bringing the queen toward the center. The king's going to reside on F8 most logically, although is queen H8 coming too?
Queen H8 sneaks in the back door.
That's right, and sometimes we might want to try to play something like bishop G4 and try to sneak in a little bishop E6 action. This is very dangerous indeed, and A4 has been played, just kind of ignoring the potential chaos.
Well, I think this is more desperado to try to bring action to the queen side, because otherwise black is not going to be able to hold the king side.
The B pawn is hanging, by the way, and the B pawn is now dropped off the board. He's lost a pawn in addition to his exchange. Why not? She is now, by opening up another front with the move A4, guys, he's just essentially sealed his own fate. She doesn't even have to mate him anymore. She can start thinking about the B pawn going down the board.
Well, yeah, the other point is that we really wanted our pawn on B4 to stop B4. Right? Now when the queen moves, white can play B4 and dislodge that knight, which is holding your position together.
And start pushing the B pawn down the board. That's going to be devastating. That was a real mistake on his part, playing A4. just basically resigning, essentially, because he didn't need a second front to open up. Even if something was going to happen badly on the other side, he couldn't afford this. This now is just death.
This is ugly because remember, if you retreat to d7, I have bishop g4. So you don't even have a lot of good squares to put that knight on.
He just played rook b8, going after the pawn. One would anticipate that she would play b4 right now, although the other side of the board looks scrumptious as well. Queen h8 is certainly a move you might ponder here, but why give away the b pawn if you could play the move b4, Yaz? Yeah, there it is, b4.
This lady is winning my heart. I mean, she's holding on to the pawns. She's doing everything I would like to do. I'd like to win the pawns. I like to keep them, and she's playing it very, very well.
Knight a6 trying to hit that pawn back, but gosh, I mean, we could even...
I'm thinking rook
a3, yeah, or a1.
Rook a1, actually, to try to tie Negi's pieces. But
and that would compel you to play something like queen d7 to stop us from just winning your knight.
Yeah, a lot of very attractive options here.
Too many good moves.
Yeah, too many good moves. Sometimes that can mess you up. If you just have one good move, it's easy to find. But here, there's a lot of good moves, and definitely.
And queen h8, as we mentioned earlier, is also in a position.
Yeah.
Is our picture frozen? It looks like she is frozen in.
Well, but she's
in
still
stone.
Yeah,
like no moves, no.
I think our webcam.
It's incredible that she's just there. Is it possible? Is she breathing?
This looks like a fun.
No, she is moving. She on the slightest of moves.
Yes.
Right there. You wouldn't imagine that the time is ticking down and that she's feeling any pressure at all, the way she was sitting so still. And now she's played the move b5, offering him this pawn, and he decided not to capture it because of rook e8 check.
Yeah.
Knight to back to c5. But now the knight has secured itself on the c5 square, the b5 pawn potentially under some threat later. Right now, of course, she still has that rook e8 idea, and she's dropped back and guarded her pawn.
No pawns for you.
No pawns for you.
They're both under 40 seconds, though, in playing on this increment. So,
and by the way, I might just want to mention that there's a rook a1 in the position, so it's not just that you have control of the e-file. There could be a potential for a sudden switch over to the a-file, and rook a1 is really looking attractive now because you get to go rook a1 and rook a7 as well.
And she has played it,
yeah. Rook a1, and how did that end
it.
Up on d7?
Yeah,
I think that's got to be c7.
No, it's d7. It was on c5, so she backed it up to d7.
Okay, well, we've got a different position, right?
Yeah, it just kept jumping around between c5 and a6.
So knight c5, knight d7, and now rook a1 is on the board.
And queen b7 is
now rook
played.
a3, as you mentioned, Yaz, looks like a certainly interesting move to
She
play.
just played queen a7.
Offering the queen trade differently. Now his queen, unless it goes to c8, is essentially trapped on that square.
Which has happened, by
He
the way.
had quickly played queen c8.
And now this you mentioned bishop g4.
Bishop g4 is always in the position, and this could be a good time to play it.
And she
And
has.
she has. Look at that bishop. Hasn't been useful for a long time.
Very impressive play.
Here she is.
By the
Pinning
number
that
one.
knight. Who can defend it? Rook b7.
Rook b7 allows.
It looks like the only move. Otherwise, resigns. What else can you do?
Oh, f5.
Wow,
Instant
that's a move.
en passant, and knight on g8 takes f6, and very quickly, Hou Yifan captured on d7 and
Now
brought
it's
her
rook e1.
rooks to the e file, where she's looking at rook e8 check, winning on the spot.
Well, getting two rooks though. Queen takes, king takes, and then she has a rook, queen versus
rook and knight
rook
with
and knight
extra
with
pawns.
the passed pawn on b5. That's certainly something he might wish that happened in this position, given how bad.
I mean, she can also just play rook e7.
Well, rook e7
Yeah.
looks like the real killer blow. And what is this? That doesn't work. Queen takes knight is just a piece. And he's
And she just
resigned.
resigned.
Queen c5.
And his time ran out as well. He went 0-0 after that. Queen c5 was just desperation.
Well, very impressive play by Hou Yifan at the end. If you don't mind, Maurice, if you have the game of Fabi and Nakamura.
We'll look at
I'm
it after the
anxious
break,
to
yeah.
find out how we don't have that score. We do apologize for our software issues. My computer, for some reason, has decided it's on strike, and it's refusing to breathe.
But a very exciting finale
Second round,
there.
yeah,
and,
well
yeah,
played.
very competent and great quick technique there by Hou Yifan. Tying the match now with Negi. So we've got both matches tied. Both Caruana versus Nakamura have a tied match in the basket chess and the Fischer Random. And of course in Yifan Negi, it's tied as well, but in a little bit of a different manner. In basket chess, Negi won 2-0, and Yifan is up 2-0 in the Fischer Random. So we're going to see if Negi can recover from this dismal start today in just a few minutes as we get into round 3 of our Fischer Random.
Wonderful.
So we will... Okay, great. So we are actually excited to set you guys up with a special guest here. And, you know, it's great always to be in the St. Louis Chess Club because the more time that passes, the more exciting things are happening in the St. Louis Chess Campus. We have Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who accepted a position to coach the chess team at SLU.
Right,
So
St. Louis University.
That's another Grandmaster who's always hanging around.
Yes.
And of course, we even have our Grandmaster in Residence program going on even when these big events are coming, because
Exactly.
we recognize that people still want to come to the club,
And
take chess
lectures.
lessons, and listen to lectures. And so right now we have Eric Hansen, who's a Grandmaster in Residence at the
Canada's
club.
#1 player, being here for the first time as the GM in residence.
That's right, and a popular Twitch streamer. Twitch is a social media tool that we got to get you on, Yasser, but we'll start with
Twitch.
Twitter. So Twitter is different than Twitch.
Really?
But
Okay.
Twitch is really big with video gamers.
Uh-huh.
And people just stream all day playing video games. And some people are better at video games than others. I mean,
yes.
it's like chess in a way.
Yes.
So you can get better and better. And so the most popular streamers, not only in terms of their personality, but also in terms of their play, reach a lot of viewers. So,
Okay.
and we're trying to get the chess audience.
To Twitch?
No, yeah, exactly. Get the Twitchers into chess. Because
okay.
chess can be kind of like a video game, the Blitz form.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's for sure. And here he is. Grandmaster Eric Hansen is with Maurice Ashley.
Well, it's incredible. You could throw a rock in St. Louis and hit a GM, almost guaranteed. And yeah, we don't need that. My head can take it, but most people can't. We have Grandmaster Eric Hansen with us. He's a 2-time Canadian champ. He's won Capel, and he's with us today as a GM in residence here at the Chess Club over the next couple of weeks. Eric, is this your first time in St. Louis?
First time in St. Louis.
How are you liking this? This is like chess heaven.
This is chess heaven for a guy coming from, you know, the mountains of Canada. It really is. It's surreal. The area is fantastic. I mean, the club is state of the art. Like, it is what people say it is. You know, the rumors were right.
The rumors indeed are true. Tell us what chess is like in Canada. What part of Canada do you reside in?
I'm from Calgary, in the west, but I live in Montreal right now for about a year, which is, you know, more European and there's more chess culture, but still there's not much. I don't play in Canada for the most part. It's just that's where I'm based.
Yeah, but you actually live in the virtual world, what I understand. You're about 30 hours a week on Twitch. Are you addicted? What is going on?
I can get addicted, you know, to bullet chess, to playing chess. So sometimes it's like, if I'm going to be addicted and wasting all my time, not wasting, but playing all these hours, I might as well share it with people, you know? So,
Tell us what that's like.
It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder with, you know, the comments, you know how the internet goes. So there's good and bad about it, but I'm really liking it so far. I mean, the community is expanding on the internet for chess. The potential on the internet is, you know, very high. So I'm liking it. I'm meeting, you know, I interact with people getting into chess and, who are watching from all parts of the world where they might not have, they stumble upon it. That's how it's been working. It's like, you know, spreading the word. And it's been, I don't know, I just really enjoy the interaction.
Paint a picture for us, a bit more detail. You're playing bullet chess mainly?
I'll paint a picture. You know, I call the YouTube videos like boiler room, chess boiler room, and that's just like a throwback to underground dance music they have from Germany and stuff. So what that means is I'm usually playing techno music or dance music because I like it. That's my favorite type. It pumps me up, the adrenaline for bullet chess, for blitz chess. So I'm putting on blasting music. I got like 5 noise complaints. I'm playing chess, sometimes commentating, sometimes not. You know, sometimes throwing tantrums, but it's like it's the raw, just chess, you know, kind of.
I love it. It sounds like my days back in Brooklyn, in the parks. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Except we didn't do German techno music.
No.
It was usually hip hop or R&B.
Detroit techno I play a lot of. So, but yeah, it's pretty much me, and I live in an area with a bunch of strong chess players nearby studying, so I bring in guys to my apartment. We got the whole setup as well, and, you know, different guys, some GMs, FMs, casual players, and I just it's entertainment. We answer questions, but it's like, you know, uncensored and just a fun thing we've been playing along with. But it's been growing very fast.
Sounds like great fun. Chess TV, 30 hours a week. Don't you have a day job?
No. I'm a chess player, so, you know, some days you don't have to do anything. Some days you're teaching all day, or at least in my situation. So there is time for it. When I'm not traveling.
So are they letting you do any of this here in St. Louis? You're bringing some of this Twitch stuff?
I mean...
I know Rex Singfield must love it when you just blast that music in the chess club.
Yeah, it's pretty... No, I haven't done it too much here yet. I haven't popped the question yet. But soon. Yeah, Jen watched a few videos, so I was very flattered when I heard about that. So now I'm maybe ready to...
Don't do it, Rex. Warning. He likes classical and Genie.
I can play classical. Like
that will go over big.
So classical. Okay.
That'll go over big. Start with that, and then maybe you can lead them that way. Tell us what it's been like watching these matches, Bass Chess, and now Fischer Random with such great players in the house.
Yeah. I've played Basque chess maybe once or twice just for fun with friends. Fischer Random I've never played, so today is very interesting for me because I'm just not a good player at it. I mean, I'm okay, but I don't have practice. I don't have the, you know, pattern recognition there or anything like that. So today's been the most interesting to me. For the other time controls, I have a lot more experience, or I have some predictions of how I think things will go. But
yeah, tell us. We like when people commit.
Well, you know, I stream a lot of my matches against Fabiano and Nakamura. I play them a lot online. So those are the big hits. So I play these guys all the time, blitz, bullet, and, you know, usually I end up swearing uncontrollably and losing my games. It's a common thing, but you know, Nakamura beats me better than everyone else, so I'm a big fan of watching him, and I think he's a favorite here. And it's a very interesting match, Hou Yifan against Negi, which I didn't see it coming, being organized, but so far Negi's you know, very impressive to be studying full-time at Stanford and playing at this level.
But he really took it on the chin so far today.
Today it's been, yeah. But
so what's your prediction? Let us hear it.
Negi? Overall,
yes. Final winners in both matches.
I'll take Negi and I'll take Nakamura.
There we have it. Okay, we like it when you commit, and you can announce that on Twitch for your fans.
I can announce it. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Grandmaster Eric Hansen, 2-time Canadian champ. And on Twitch with that Detroit.
Chess Bra.
What is it on Twitch? Tell us.
My channel's called Chess Bra.
Chess Bra.
Yeah, like bra.
That's how they do it in Canada.
Yeah. No, not necessarily, but the young guys do it, yes.
There you go. All right, well, it sounds like a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us, Grandmaster Eric Hansen. Like I said, you throw a rock and you might get some music from a chess player. Guys?
Not very usual that Maurice gets introduced to a new slang word.
I know.
So
it's from Brooklyn, you know. But breaking out the moves in Canada, that's how they roll in Canada.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more from the St. Louis Showdown.
In round 3.
Hello and welcome back to the Showdown in St. Louis. We're in round 3 of the Fischer Random. Both matches are tied, so it couldn't be more exciting for us. And we've got a brand new position, of course. Every round in this Fischer Random competition is a new position to both us and to the players.
I'm going to go out on a limb in this game, and I'm going to say that both sides are going to move their G-pawn early.
Right. The chess club founder Rex Sinfield will be happy with that. He actually played a tandem match yesterday where you played G4 and to good effect.
Yes, he did.
That was against Matheny. He was partners with Fabi.
Against Matheny and Naka.
And Naka, yes. And this position was actually handpicked by Gary Kasparov, and he picked 8 positions, Kasparov, from the 960 available to him in chess 960, and the public chose 4 of them for this match. And the 2 players have started. It seems that Nakamura has played a D4 in the position, so developing his dark squared bishop. And now E3. So normally, you don't play D4 and E3 because it kills your bishop, but here both bishops have scope. So.
And G4 by Hikaru. So he didn't want to play G3, which I think would have been a standard move, but he wants to leave the G3 square available for his knight on F1. So we can see his strategy develop. That also maybe he wants to play a kind of a Dutch where maybe he'll play F4 and bishop on E1 will come out to the H4 diagonal. I thought when he played D4 he was going to follow it up with C4, but he did not. He chose to play G4. So now he's giving his opponent an opportunity to seize the center. E5 immediately doesn't work because it will end up hanging the D5 pawn. But I'm thinking that Fabiano will play a move like F6, bishop F7, and E5.
So quick trick question, is he
Yes.
going to castle long or short?
Castle long.
Right, exactly, but short in a way.
And it will be short. It will be a short castle.
A short, long castle, right. So he's going to
Exactly.
castle queenside, but it's only going to take him from moving his rook on A1 to D1.
And then he did follow it up with C4. I thought he was going to play D4 and C4 right away. Instead, he played G4, E3, knight G3. So we have seen both players play G4 and G5, knight G3 and knight G6. And then came C4, and Fabiano said, give me the pawn.
And now a quick knight A3 by Nakamura to regain. And note that these players have not had a lot of time, even though the Kasparov positions were announced. They didn't have a lot of time to analyze these positions.
No.
Because we've been really busy the last couple of days. We had the Matheny event, which
Last
was
night, the fundraiser.
a lovely event. And
yes.
then we went out to a Ferguson school this morning as part of St. Louis's program to expand into Ferguson.
Right, thanks to Ascension for that once again.
Exactly, right. So that means that today they probably just have been looking at these positions for the first time.
Yes.
Especially going past the first one. I mean, your head's just going to explode. So in between the 10-minute break, Nakamura is actually sitting at the board.
Right. I saw also Negi doing the same thing.
Very logical idea to do that and get a feel for the pieces.
Yes. And we'll turn it over to Maurice to what's happening in the early stages of this, the third game of Fischer Random. Maurice?
Well, already the engines feel like White has an edge. Naturally, White's going to be able to castle and get the rook over very quickly and then possibly move the king over. With C4 already in the position, the C file will open in to Black's detriment. This is knight on C6, the only thing stopping a rook that will potentially be on this file. So the interesting that White has a slight edge, but really not by that much. So certainly in White's favor for the moment. In the other contest, take a look at this. It seems like every single game, they're slower, they're more deliberate, they're more careful than the other two. We see action breaking out, pieces developing, and only a few pawn moves played in this game. Oh, sorry, I'm missing a move. C3 was also played. Wow, that's dramatically changing the situation. Incredible how slowly they've handled things, and I think so far to Negi's detriment, he's moving so slowly that he's getting into time pressure. And Hou Yifan showing her skills as she has had the lead so far with the first 2 games. Very impressive play by this young lady who hails from China. won the World Championship, the Women's World Championship twice. I believe that she lost by default both times because she did not play in the match because she was busy. But a rematch is coming up soon, I believe.
She didn't play in the knockouts.
In the knockout, that's what I meant, to the knockout match.
And then she would play in the matches and re-win her
Right,
title.
the knockout tournament, she just decided not to play in, but she had the right for the rematch, and she showed her dominating skills the first time against Sushenina, but now she will be playing against Maria Musicek, I believe,
Musicek, yeah.
and so who's the current women's world champion. So she's the odds-on favorite to win that one as well. Just a dominating player. We saw Judith Polgar and thought, wow, that's the pinnacle. Well, Judith still has the highest rating of any woman in history. This woman is knocking on the door, trying to get herself up to that level as well, and acquitting herself so far in this tournament, in this match, showing that she's got skill. She's fearless. She will attack you and try to beat you down. She's an incredible player. Her highest rating ever achieved there, you see, is 2686. She was the youngest woman in history to achieve the Grandmaster title and World Junior Championship 2003. She's also at the match scheduled for 2016, for March of 2016. So bettors are taking bets now. Don't bet against her. She is an incredible player, and by March, unless it's a tremendous upset, maybe one of the great upsets in World Championship history, other than Max Erver beating Alexander Alekhine, she should win that title back. But here she is showing herself to the U.S. audience for the first time here, playing on U.S. soil.
Very good. Thank you, Maurice.
And one quick correction, she actually did surpass Judith Polgar's live rating as well. She didn't surpass Judith Polgar's peak rating, but that was actually, that in itself was monumental because no woman had done that since Judith was, I want to say 12?
Yes, I want to say
12 years old.
Yes,
So that, and Judith about, yeah, I think, basically, I think it was 25-year stretch.
Yes.
Judith was the highest ranked woman in the world. And so that was a big moment.
With
when
a
Hou
rating
Yifan-
gap, too. So when Hou Yifan met and surpassed her on the live rating list, that was certainly fantastic. And I still remember.
This was also after Judith retired, though.
True.
Yeah.
So
True.
Judith had already stopped playing,
But
announced her official retirement, and that there she was already at a rating low for her for quite some time. She still has a ways to go to beat Judith's 2,700 rating.
But I do remember the excitement that built up when the two ladies played each other for the first and only time in Gibraltar. And Hou Yifan was white, and it was a very sharp game, but Judith lost in the one game that I'm aware of. So who knows? She may reset all the records that Judith set. She has a long career ahead of her.
That's right, it was 26 years, in fact. So
26.
yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Even if she passes, though, Judith's record, and I'm a big fan of Judith Polgar, so
Me too.
Judith is an incredible representative of our game. Even if she passes Judith's rating, still, Judith was one of the top 10 players on the planet. She was a superstar. That's a far stretch away for now for Hou Yifan. She's going to have to really put it on to get to that level to be top 10, because now the top 10 players are all knocking on 2,800. 2,700 won't be enough to be able to compete on that kind of stretch. So Judith still has cemented herself as the greatest female player ever. She may argue, I don't even want to be remembered as such, though the media will certainly point it out, because she refused to play in female-only events since she was a teenager. She always wanted to play against the best, the very best in the world, and she was able to do that, acquit herself, and beat everybody. She just was able to win on every single level.
So now, in order for Hou Yifan to really make the next step, she just has to win the World Championship.
Yes, that'll do it. That would do it. And, we're all looking forward to the candidates tournament in March that will determine the challenger to the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. But let's not forget that Judith Polgar played in the candidates tournament. So to understand Judith's accomplishment and what Hou Yifan would have to do is imagine Hou Yifan would have played in the candidates in Moscow in March next year. And we would all be sitting there going,
Right, well,
wow.
she's 21, so I mean, she's got a lot of years ahead of her.
Exactly.
But it's hard because there's a lot of competition, so
That's
it's too
the
early to
scale she's
say.
got to reach, though. I'm saying that's where she's got to reach and say, I'm matching Judith by reaching that
True, although in a way it's not really the most relevant question, right? Whether or not she or Judith is the most impressive female player in history. It's more just interesting to see how far she can go.
Well, for sure.
Because, because using that comparison as a rubric is exactly what Judith and Hou Yifan haven't been doing, right? For the most part. I mean, of course, they have to, like, even Judith on her Facebook page pointed out and congratulated Yifan when this historic 26-year mark had passed.
Okay.
But for the most part, they just focus on playing the best tournaments and moves that they can.
That is true, of course. Yes.
Yes, I think that it's, on myself as well, when I think about, it's often mentioned, of course, and it's not something that I'm not proud of, that I'm the first African-American Grandmaster in history, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I got that, but what I really wanted to do was become world champion one day. That was my thought. Of course, I never got close, but you wanted to be known for what you're doing, what you're accomplishing, as opposed to what people outside look and make those differentiations and point out the difference. So I think the same thing for them. They just want to be known as great players, not as great female players necessarily. It's just what they've done with their careers. And Judith certainly did that for herself. She wanted to always play against the best competitors. And you see that Hou Yifan wants to surge, and if she's going to do it, she's going to have to play against the Nakamuras of the world, the Caruanas, the Magnus Carlsens, and she's starting to do so as well, being invited to big tournaments like Tata Steel, for example. If she can play in all those elite events and prove herself, then she'll be among the great players, and that's simply it. She wants to be known as a great chess player, period.
And returning to the games at hand, I do believe that Fabiano missed a really scintillating shot. Bishop takes g2 by Hikaru Nakamura in their third game, sacrificing a piece and exposing Black's king. I don't think that Fabi realized that after queen b3, White is simply winning the piece back, and Black's king is suddenly in deep trouble. c5 was played, takes on c5, queen takes c5, there was a takes on, queen b3, c5, takes on c5, and somehow there was a trade on c3. I don't know exactly how that trade occurred. It occurred right there. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and White's up material and Black's king is exposed. So a big turn of events.
He still has to recapture.
Yeah, but okay, he's going to recapture and have a very nice... he could play rook b1, he could capture the knight right away with a tempo against the queen. It looks good. It looks great for
yeah, with that a5 square available to the knight as well. So
I'd probably be inclined to play rook b1 here myself, but I could certainly understand why the move c3 takes b4 coming with a tempo is also very attractive. Maurice.
Yes, it does look like he missed that move after knight b4. Bishop takes on b7 with check. Although the engines are arguing, and maybe because they love Bishop so much, that it's not as bad as it looks. And although he is down a pawn, we saw the pawn sacrifice happen in the other game. After Bishop takes b7, King takes, Queen to b3, the c5 move, D takes, Bishop takes, B takes, and now Queen c5. They're just going back and forth here. Which move is best? Knight e4 is a suggestion, Rook b1 is a suggestion, and also, of course, C takes b4. You might want to scoot into an endgame with Queen takes. Unfortunately, that's not going to be forthcoming after takes, and Rook to c8. Oops, sorry about that. That's not nice. So at least Black doesn't have to worry about queens coming off the board that easily. The engines are settling on, well, actually going back and forth. Knight e4, Rook b1. Which one is a smidgen better? After some analysis, Knight e4 being suggested, Queen back to c7. And here, even after this check, King back into the corner. You want to get an attack on this king, but realize this bishop will always control the diagonal. And now we see why the engines are saying, well, it's not totally clear that this is winning. A move like Rook to b1, certainly better for White by a long way. Bishop to c6. And now the knights have to prove themselves. And this variation with this knight landing on the d6 square, but still, you feel like you might get wrong footed. You have to be a little bit careful for moves like knight to e5, for example. The game is just a little strange, just a little bit. Not completely dominating. It's not like the sacrifice happened and it's over. Certainly, there is some technical difficulties here, as we've been experiencing technical difficulties. There's some here in this position that white will have to confront if he's going to make his pawn seem as dominant as it felt when bishop takes b7 check happened.
Oh, very good. Very good. Well, another line that I'd just like to check, how about c3 takes b4, again, a simple tempo grabbing move. Queen dropping back to c7. I assume there are other squares. King b2. Just getting, castling by hand, if you will, getting ready to bring the rooks over to the queen side and trying to pick up another tempo against the queen with a knight a5 on the board. And I'm assuming black's king is going to end up on the corner on a8. I don't know if he should do it at once. But it feels like an extra pawn and some initiative. I don't know. It's still it feels good for white, but I agree. It's not the convincing. After you see a move like bishop b7, you go, "Whoa, a winning shot." It's not suddenly a one game.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive how these guys have been playing really quickly during the Fischer Random. Kind of leading to higher quality games. I think that they're both really being very practical here.
Yeah, I expected that. They're so resourceful, right? I mean, they find a way of making you work for the point. Even when they're in a bad position, they find moves that cause you problems. And both players are just great players. I mean, how else can you put it? I mean, they're great. So probably rook b1. We'll go back to rook b1 as maybe the move I would play, although I can understand how knight e4 does have its attractions as well. There's another line that was being pointed out. It could go knight e4, queen c7, queen takes b4 check, following the line of Maurice, king a8, knight d6 right away, bishop goes to c6, and white could actually even castle.
And it looks like we do have a move. Rook b1 played? Yeah, so rook b1 has been played by Naka.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling plenty of faces as he played it.
Yeah,
it's funny, you don't even know what those faces mean.
Well,
I like my position, but I don't like it as much as I wish I did. I think that's what it means.
Well, I think it also kind of means like, darn, when I played bishop b7, I got myself all excited thinking I was going to win an early knockout, and now I realize there's still resources, and black isn't just going to roll over. And he has played king a8, queen takes b4, probably expecting queen b4 followed by bishop c6 to occur in the position.
And Maurice with some commentary on our other game.
Yes, again, not as advanced as that position we see there, but some interesting stuff, guys. We definitely want to look at this. After the move c3, f5 was played, knight bd2, knight to c6, just bringing out pieces. And now after this knight move, g5, unleashing the line for this bishop, also gaining some space on this side, but she did not worry about it. She played bishop to d2 and then e6 and h4, challenging the pawn. h6, thank you very much, keeping solidity there, a capture and a capture. This pawn is defended twice, by the way, although it's attacked by knight and bishop. Rook and queen are defending. And now she played g4, challenging this pawn duo, only to be answered by f4, tried to cement the pawn structure on that side. And now after e3, challenging the position, knight to g6. And the Indians really like black in this position. White's not saying much. You look at these minor pieces by white, they haven't gone too far down the board, and black seems to be very flexible. Queen f6 is able to come in very quickly, and a rook could join the party on the f-file. Things are looking good for black, especially after this queen moves. Castles will be quite easy. Lots of harmony in the black position. So Negi trying to not be behind on the clock, certainly where he has been in a lot of this game, and he's trying to put the pressure back. Remember, first day, he won 2 games, and it looked like a party was on his side. Then he just lost 2 in a row. He's got to somehow get back in this contest to change the direction of the snowball rolling down the hill. And there we see that actually, he has the white pieces here. So I had the board switch in my head. He has the white pieces. So he's actually the one in a bit of trouble in this game on the clock and on the board. Boy, if he loses this game, it's going to be an awful day. To go back to 3 in a row would be miserable. And he's worse right now. He's unquestionably worse in this position. I don't know. It looks like she's got revenge on her mind, and this 960 chess is feeling very good for her. Maybe more of it. Maybe she can play the World Championship at 960 instead.
And we just saw the move E3, E4, by the way, that allows black to keep this nice G5, F4 pawn locking in these white minor pieces. The bishop on D2 is not an attractive piece. But on the other hand, white's figuring if he could get in the move E4, E5, that would keep black's bishop on H8 out of the game, and that was why Hou Yifan captured on E4 and DE4, Queen E4, as both players are trying to get space for their pieces. But it looks to me that after castles, which was played, black has just more harmony in the position than white.
And Hou playing black, in fact.
Hou Yifan
playing black, yeah.
And I like her position more. I think that she has a more harmonious piece development than does Negi.
Very unfortunate development so far for Negi, so I guess he's not going to like Friday the 13th.
Right.
It's got to be unlucky for somebody.
Yes, yes. And if we could go back to the Fabi match for a moment and to see what has happened. Hikaru was a pawn up when we left matters, and the queens were traded. The bishops came to C6. King stepped up to C2 in order to be able to bring that rook on G1 into play. Well, you won't say that this position is dominating for white with that extra pawn, but I certainly like having the extra pawn. Bishop D5.
Bishop D5, right.
Bishop D5, preparing to challenge the knight either with rook C8 or rook B8.
And now, yeah, so from white's point of view, how to get one of these pawns, how to try to increase your advantage, because there's no like clear pawn breaks or anything that you can do here.
Yeah, and it's sort of like your extra pawn is a C3 pawn. You can go knight A5 and try to rush the bum up the board, but it's not going to go that far. I mean, especially with the king stuck on C2 and rook C8 and rook C5, and that might not be the kind of setup you want for your pieces. So
from dislodge that bishop on D5 because it's pretty strong.
Yes. So from Hikaru's point of view, he's thinking, like, what can he do with his knight on C4 to either make it more effective, find a better square, or neutralize the bishop on D5? A move like E3, E4 is quite committal. It allows takes, and black's knight comes to the E5 square, and white is deprived. If white were to play E3, E4 here, white deprives his knight on G3 of a good square, and after bishop C4, rook C4.
We've also given up a good square.
You've given it that, yeah, exactly.
Although you already had knight E5.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Now you even have it's even more solid there because it can't be pushed by an F4.
Exactly. So it's not, a case of black being steamrolled. Maurice.
One of the problems with Fischer Random that you can sometimes run into and the players really try to avoid is what to do with knights. The knights could be misplaced in the original position in such a way that you don't know where do they belong. The pawn structure sort of keeps them out. That one you just pointed out, Yaz, is a very important point. The idea that this knight on G3 is trying to figure out how do I get back into the game, get real activity, and what square should that be on? Should it be on the D4 square, for example? It would be a nice protected square if somehow it can get there with any kind of power. Of course, E5 will be possible. Then it can go to F5. Still, this light square bishop, the bishops, of course, once they get open lines, it's like, hey, it's party time. They're happy with that. And so that's what we are looking at right now with this position. Looking at the other position in the other game, we see a similar problem, but it's much worse for white. This knight is figuring, how the heck do I get into the game? Now that, oddly enough, a black pawn has appeared on the f4 square. Can't go to g3, can't go to e3. The bishop is on d2. How does that get out the way? So you're going to have to play some kind of, what's that game where you have to move things out the way so you can put things, it's one of those number games, I remember, 15 squares, maybe that's what it's called, is to get the squares and you have to move them around and see if you can get one to the next square because stuff is in the way. You're going to have to do that here. This bishop has to move somewhere good so this knight can move somewhere good so this bishop can get back to somewhere nice. It's very hard to imagine what to do with these pieces. Meantime, these guys are having a party. It's like everybody is mobilized. It's very easy to see how these pieces, this knight could easily end up on d5, this bishop on this beautiful long diagonal. This bishop is already ready. e5 is a potential break. Rook on a file. It's a party for black, and the engines think black is dominating here. Great position. White with not much to write home about except this potential diagonal right here that certainly white will hope black somehow sleeps on in the middle of things with his bishop on h1, queen here. Maybe some ideas down there on b7. But I doubt that's going to happen, as it looks as though the #1 female player in the world, she's got this on lockdown. It looks like a great position for her, and we'll see how she proceeds to try to keep the momentum going, having won the first 2 games of the match so far today.
Yeah, thank you, Maurice. And just looking at the position, I'm really attracted to the idea of knight g6 to e7 by Hou Yifan, with the idea of bringing that bishop to g6, which will be a tempo against the queen, and cut across the face of white's king. That looks like a very powerful bishop should it land on the g6 square. So very nice position for Hou Yifan. And going back to the Nakamura match, Maurice, what do you have for us?
A bit of a big development. The engines think that Nakamura has made a very bad move. Knight to h5. Again, we want to see the knight get into a good square. We talk about what to do with those knights. Knights are tricky pieces. They need stable squares. The knight needs a good square for itself where he can do some damage. Sometimes it's off in the hinterland here. It's not really doing much. But this wasn't the problem. It's after this move, rook to b8, played by Caruana, wanting to trade off rooks. Of course, this knight would be hanging on c4, and it's this position here, knight to d6. The engines thought rook takes b8 was stronger. Knight to d6, and saying that the advantage shrunk from 0.7 in engine talk. That's pretty good. Anything closing in on 1, 0.7, dropped all the way to 0.3 in 1 quick second, and now hovering at 0.4. This move, knight to d6, the engine's giving rook to d8 as the best move, and this is starting to look a bit better for black, as this knight, well, the question is, why can't you capture this pawn right here? Well, after the move rook to f8, there goes the f pawn going, and it's going to be rook, bishop, tons of harmony. So this position, we'll see after knight to d6, will Caruana find this move, rook to d8? And it looks like he has found the move, and he's starting to get back into the game. This bishop on d5, a monster. You just don't want those bishops to have easy lines and targets as well. The a2 pawn potentially could hang. So tide is sort of shifting in that game.
Interesting. Thank you, Maurice. Wow. And I think we have a move knight d6, drop back to b5 with a very obvious intention of knight c7.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
So,
knight b5. So you got to defend the threat, so either some move like rook b7 or possibly rook on d8 to c8, but something to defend that threat. And I'm still not 100% sure that white has solved the problem. The knight on c4 wasn't that great. I don't think it's that great on b5. And Maurice?
Engines going 000. Black is fine now. That move on the screen, a5, big time move. a5 simply solving the problem and challenging this rook on b4, which is now overworked on the b4 square. It's got to keep defending the knight. Any checks like this are meaningless as far as the position is concerned. King back to this position, and you start to look at it, you wonder, well, why is it so bad? For example, rook takes on b8 looks like a good move, but we're going to throw in a check first. That's the key. Get that bishop out of the way and then take back. And suddenly white is the one with trouble. All these potentials with rook to b1 coming in the position. Black is actually better in that position. And if you don't play that, well, this is the main problem. Look at this. Rook to b2. leaving the e4 square, bishop to e4 check, and after the king drops back, knight to e5 and d3 check, and that's it. White will have to take a draw now. According to the engines, a5, now you must go into this line rook b2. Well, actually it's saying rook b2 is the only move. And after bishop to e4, as we pointed out, king c1, knight e5. How do you get the draw? Is it knight c7 check? Yeah, it looks like it's got to be it. Knight c7, king up. And you better go back and play knight b5 and just call peace right now. a5 will save Fabiano if he finds it. And we're waiting to see if he does that, if that's the key move he wants to play. It doesn't seem as though he has played it, though. He started with bishop e4 check instead. That piece, well, that's a strange move right now. Bishop to e4 check instead of a5. And this one, the engines think rook takes e4, and the game continues with white with the slight pull. So rook has to take now on e4. I'm not sure if moving the king anywhere does anything, but rook takes e4 is the key move. a5, though, he missed. It was a great shot in his favor.
That's right, because the whole idea being the knight d6 check.
Knight c7 checkmate is
well,
neutralized.
After a5, the knight c7 check, king a7, knight b5, king b6. You can't play knight d6 because of taking on b4.
Right.
Whereas with the rook on b2, that variation is a draw because of that. Right. So something missed there, I think. Yeah. But cool tactics.
And in our other game, I see that...
At least, though, the game rages on, so it's kind of good for us in a way.
Exactly.
Because there will be some more excitement later.
Right. So, and in the game of Hou Yifan and Negi, she did play this move, knight e7, preparing to drop a bishop in on the g6 square, and black is looking great, whereas white's pieces are still in a kind of a Fischer Random position on the first row. Negi has not solved his opening very well at all. He's in trouble, in fact.
And we're going to have time trouble in this game as usual between these two customers. The position is quite tense. It's just amazing how different the two games are at every round, and the simplification that occurs on the other game just mostly due because more moves. Yes.
These two players have been playing extremely slowly in comparison with Hikaru and Fabi.
Yeah, so very practical play by the top two American players, indeed. And an update from Maurice in that game.
And the engines are saying, unfortunately, that Hou Yifan missed a really good move here and has blown a big part of her advantage in this position. The move queen to h6 was the right idea. She instead played rook to d5, which still keeps the edge for black, no doubt about it. Still keeps some edge, but not nearly as much as she had before. Now rook to e1 is being suggested. What's so good about queen h6, I wonder? So I made a random move, just improve the bishop to f3. Let's say, what's going on? I'm going to threaten rook h1. And then you said, because bishop takes on e5, getting rid of one of black's poor pieces, this bishop not doing anything. And after d takes e5, now we drop back with queen g7. This is now a target. The bishop is going to go to g6. Black is doing beautifully. The d file is opened, and every one of black's pieces is awake. So queen to h6, not a very easy move to recognize that you want to trade off the bishop and kill the one good piece. That's the only really good piece. Well, the queen on e4 is temporarily good, but it's about to be chased. But to kill the only piece that's doing any work in white's position, minor piece, was the point. Instead, she played rook to d5, keeping that piece on the board. And now, engine saying after rook e1, absolutely no real problems for white. That's odd to me. Little edge for black. Small edge, but it looks as though this is somewhat odd. Knight takes, pawn takes, and am I wrong here? If you were to take this pawn, well, clearly there's a mate, so I'd be wrong there. Queen takes, and now the trick, even though you want a pawn, is that this bishop has become extremely dynamic, and the rook is on the queen, so that's tactically not something you want to do, although he can hope for something. She can play queen g7 and maybe get some game there, but that's not the greatest position in the world. So knight e5, rook d5, right now, this is not looking badly. I'm not sure if a move has been played as yet. It seems that we're going to get an update. Queen to e2 was played in this position, and rook to a5. Wow. things are looking bizarre now on that board, Yaz. That sense of connectivity we saw before, we felt really good about, starting to lose it a little bit. That rook,
I'm not sure.
sitting on that side seems strange.
It does look strange, but I do like Black's pieces. They're ready to launch themselves. For the moment, Rook A5, just Rook A2, Bishop G6, and Rook A1 checkmate.
Yeah, but A3 is coming. Let's not give everything up. A3 is definitely coming, and you're not getting anything on this side.
But what's happening after knight E5? A3, knight E5.
Well, in this position, the key move is to kill this person first.
Okay.
Let's get rid of that one. And then what do you want to do here?
Knight takes.
Knight takes. If you play knight takes on this square, and then simply A3, and not so bad, of course, but not the same. It's still a small edge for Black, but not the same. She definitely made this a bit murkier than she wanted to. And it looks like the trades have happened quite rapidly on the C6 square. When she played Rook A5, knight takes C6, she played bishop takes on C6, and now bishop takes immediately. The engine's like A3 there. And suddenly, with this simple exchange, bishop takes, the engines are now saying a huge edge for Black. Why did this trade have to happen on the C6 square? You know, we talk about bad trades. I talk to this about my students all the time. Don't trade if you don't have to and if they don't improve your position. But this trade, why bring the Black knight to this square? Now suddenly E5 and some breakups could happen on this square on D4. He's going to have to be very careful now, because Black's pieces are all mobilized again. It's back to business, Yaz. As you mentioned before, there's a tempo here on this pawn, and E5 could potentially come. There could be sacrifices as well. This is scary now. Bishop takes C6 looks like a mistake, and it looks like the swing has happened again back in Black's favor.
Yeah, clearly. Thank you, Maurice. I mean, Black is ready to open up the position with the move E6, E5 at the exact time that White's pieces still have not found good squares. The knight on F1 is still stuck. It's going to go to H2 to F3. Well, that's a two-tempi maneuver. And the bishop on D2, it still has no space. And there she goes with
couple moves, King D1 and E5.
E5, and boy, I think this is really an avalanche coming directly at White, as White's pieces are all discoordinated, and
already less than 3 minutes for White.
yeah, I don't see this one as salvageable.
Negi's been struggling with the block.
Just a terrible trade on C6. Just when he was coming back in the game, it's those automatic trades. You can point to them so often, even on a very high level. Automatic trades. Why play bishop takes on C6? There was nothing that said, this is the move I should play. If she had played bishop takes on H1 and rook takes, you get the H file. Why give her knight a great square? It just did not make sense. And now, ooh, he looks like he's getting rolled again.
Wow, what a turnaround in this match. 0-2 start for Hou Yifan, and maybe a 3 in a row on the trot. A nice hat trick in day 2 of the Fischer Random.
Still plenty of work to be done, but on top again for sure.
Definitely.
Although, guys, I should point out something amazing that she missed. Look, the tactics were so much in her favor. In this position here, she had a brutal shot. Queen G6 check. Surprising move. Not so surprising. When you start seeing the formula, guys, you know it for sure. Where can the king go? The A-pawn's hanging. So after this move, King A1, what do you want to do? With a dream knight, right? We know the smothered mate. You could play kabam! Bishop takes on D4. Don't touch it, because you're going to get roasted after takes. Knight takes, and we've got smothered mate coming on the board. That would have been a free pawn for her. She missed Queen G6 check and takes. E5 was not optimal, so letting him off the hook in this moment, that time ticking down for them. But that shot was in the position, guys. She missed it. Bishop takes D4 would have been a dominating move. Instead of doing that, she played for E5. Still with a very nice position, but certainly Bishop takes D4 was just Queen G6 and Bishop D4 was winning a pawn straight.
And so pretty. That would have been a nice one for Play Like a Girl Part 2.
Yeah, you'll have an updated volume after this match is over, for sure.
Yeah, well, certainly when I wrote that, Hou Yifan was, I think, 15 or 16. Oh,
just
it was maybe 4 years ago. So she,
prominence.
16.
Yeah.
So she's had a lot of great tactics since then.
Of course.
So plenty of room for a second volume there.
Exactly.
And
But I still, I mean, she's, okay, she missed that nice little shot of bishop takes d4, but what she's doing is so natural. I
that rook
couldn't
is covering the
criticize.
clock, but I know she
Yeah.
has a lot more time than her opponent.
Yeah, I wouldn't be critical at all of her play so far. She's just playing a beautiful game, and Negi is in real trouble. She's tossed in that queen g6 check.
Probably realizing that she missed it prior.
Well, I think she's considering, I was about to say queen c2.
But
with
she
the
played
idea-
queen a6 threatening on a2 instead.
Checkmate on a2, yeah. And c4 looks forced,
Yeah, I mean, there's not a
right?
lot
I
of
mean, b3, there's queen takes b3.
Right.
So c4 box, rook takes e5, really lovely tempo, and that bishop on h8, having provoked the move c4, is going to be on a fantastic, this is just over. I think she's playing it marvelously well.
Great, and great games here by Hou Yifan, the Stanford student, in some trouble.
Yes, Maurice.
In a lot of trouble, and it's going to be a rule when you want to trade something, just smack yourself on the hand. Don't do it unless it works for you. And this trade of his did not work. Queen e4 was being suggested by the engines. This as the best move by far. Control the long diagonal. Do not trade if you don't have to. If it doesn't help you, don't trade. This trade, though, he's going to regret those two trades he made, taking on c6 and now taking on e5, because, yes, she found a killer blow, queen g6, king now in the corner. She also had queen c2 as a shot as well. As you mentioned, queen c2 was powerful, but so is queen to e6, and this game is dead. This is out. This trade, he's just played some bad trades. Did he play a3? It looks like he has played a3, and now rook takes. Maybe more accurate was bishop takes, a couple of moves flying quickly now the clock, but all of black's pieces look majestic. A rook can go to d8 on the next move, and this is all black dominating. Maybe not the most accurate moves, but given the time situation, and look at that edge on the clock yet again. She has 5 minutes and 54 seconds, while only 36 seconds for Negi, and there goes rook d8. Just pure dominance. Look at those rooks. The bishop on the long diagonal, and he's just groveling right now, knowing that the death blow will come soon. What can she do?
Rook e2 looks
Rook
just
e2
domination.
looks like a power move. Also, knight a5 might happen at some point, looking to go into b3 or c4. A lot going on here. That it's just an embarrassment of riches for black.
Scrumdelicious.
Sometimes there's too much food on the table. You have to be
It's
careful
all good.
what you eat.
I think there's just enough for Thanksgiving here
For all of
Yifan.
us.
For all of us.
We're all enjoying this one.
Now let's move over to Fabiano and Nakamura. Does Hikaru, has he managed to maintain his extra pawn advantage or not?
It looks like the answer to that is no at the moment.
Yet?
I'm counting 4 versus 4, but let's get caught up in and see whether that e6 is a goner.
Well, for the
looks like
moment, there's a
that's-
rook on d1 under attack, so something.
But
What are we doing?
If
Rook?
we just play rook d2, then
You drop back
you kind of
with
have
your
to.
knight.
If you play knight g4 now, e6 is hanging, but e3 is then hanging.
Yes, exactly.
So-
maybe rook d7. I think, in fact, Hikaru has played after knight takes f2, rook d7, recognizing that if the knight goes back, well, at least get your knight, your rook on against the h7 pawn. e5, okay. So in case of rook takes h7, knight.
Yes, and rook takes
G-
h7 has happened.
Okay.
Snappy.
But definitely
Yeah,
not
looking
the big advantage that bishop takes b7 felt like it was going to be when Hikaru sacrificed this piece earlier in the game. It looked like it was a
Why
knockout
not?
blow.
You think black is doing okay here after
Sure.
after what? Knight g4 or something?
Well, I'm just thinking, take a look at the pawn structure. c3, I mean, if black manages to trade off all the kingside pawns, it's probably going to be a draw on the queen side. But after knight g4, how are we going to maintain our stuff?
Yeah, that's the key question. If we can't maintain our stuff,
Our stuff. We may lose our stuff.
no. Yeah, this move is a problem. So, I mean, we can only defend it with a king. So if we play king d2 here.
King d2. All right, let's imagine king d2 now.
Or king d3.
Well, king d3, you're inviting an
e4 check. Yeah, okay,
yeah?
so king d2.
So king d2 looks a little bit more reasonable, let's say. Can I give... I want to play rook b8 and rook b2, but I'm thinking maybe I should give you a rook d8 check first, get you to...
Force me to commit to e2.
Okay. And then maybe swing the rook back over so that I can come down to rook b2 check in a move or two and get pretty good counterplay. I mean, I wouldn't say that I would be comfortable with white here.
Right, yeah. Okay, so this...
I'm getting some play here.
For sure. So if I... Yeah...
And going back to Maurice and what has become a killer one-sided game. Maurice.
Absolutely one-sided. That other game, the Indians think that white will maintain the extra pawn, but it's one of those endgames you can draw when you maybe trade off knights, which is very possible after the move e4 in that position, e4, knight f6 being the possible continuation there. But this game, trade off what? You're about to get beat up. And in this position, there were a couple of moves, and she did play that maneuver, knight to a5 and king b1, and then knight into the b3 square. And this is where we stand with knight to b3. He only has seconds left, so I expect he has made a move. He's played the move knight h2, trying to get his piece into the game, but that's pain. He's in deep trouble now. His time is ticking down. Only 3 seconds left on the clock, too, and he has resigned the game. Let's see that finish. He really had nothing to do here after rook to e1 check. Why did he give up? Because his rook is under attack. He can't block with this rook because of take. If rook takes rook, queen takes rook check. That's a simple fork. Remember, the rook is on the D line. This game, pure dominance. Pure dominance, pure control. She is a train running down a hill, just wiping him out. Incredible how she has played 3 completely dominating games. And Negi's got to wonder, what about yesterday? I thought I was holding up against this one. What a comeback, showing championship medal has been Hou Yifan. Incredible games, very entertaining. Good to have her here for sure as we get our first look at this amazing champion, as she is playing some fine chess today, getting her fans back in China cheering.
Yes, indeed.
And her fans in the United States, of course.
Yes.
But, you know, Negi is such a nice man.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
you
it's
gotta,
competition
you gotta
too.
feel a bit bad for losing 3 games in a row.
It's true. It's true.
That's
You
not,
get
that can't
dizzy.
be
Feeling
easy.
bad for people, Jen.
That
Yeah.
can't be easy.
This is chess. We're
Yeah,
excited.
we got
No, I want
He'll get
killers
over it.
in the-
He'll
I
get
like
over
the
it.
decisive race.
He's a big boy. He'll get over it. This is how it is. Sometimes you got to suffer.
Wow, but just reflecting for a moment, 5 games in that match, 5 decisive results, and none of the games really were ever close to being made
But
a
they were
draw.
so friendly in their pregame interviews.
Yes,
Such a nice
soft-soap,
girl,
yeah.
such a nice guy.
Right.
Just such a great player, but then just every game.
Killer.
Every game, blood.
Yeah.
And, you know, it is Friday the 13th, so I guess Yifan playing the role of Freddy Krueger.
Or Jason.
I know, Freddy Krueger, though.
Ooh.
So
Scary.
Yifan, 3 games. A terrifying figure today to Parimarjan Negi, who lost all 3 games. And, you know, we talk about queenside castling in Fischer Random. It's a lot more common, but not this type of queenside castling.
3 zeros.
Yeah.
Okay, and going back to our marquee matchup between Hikaru as white and Caruana as black, we did see this move. Somehow E5, E4 got... Oh, that's strange.
There's something so distinctive about Nakamura when he's in a better position, but he wishes it was even better. He has this way of playing where he's like, I'm confident, but I really should have already beaten you by now. It's like his body language is screaming that.
Yeah.
I kind of love it.
Okay, so I was surprised. I thought that Fabi was going to switch his rook over to the B file after giving a check. He did not do that. And what do we have at the moment?
Why? Because you like to stay active when you're down in rook endgames, right?
Oh, definitely. Activity is key. And you can be a pawn down, but if you've got active an active rook, it can generally compensate quite well.
Guys are tense. Look how tense they are. You saw Nakamura sit up in his chair. The clock times are relevant right now. Clearly, they're both under heavy pressure on the clock as seconds are ticking down, and they're feeling it. Nakamura at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and Caruana at 40 seconds. Naga's up the pawn. So he just needs to play a couple of nice moves and challenge Caruana to think, and Caruana be on the precipice. So that's his challenge right now. He's up the pawn, but can he maintain it?
Well, exactly. And what would you suggest, Maurice? So you just played the move rook a6 with a straightforward idea of rook takes a5 and rook a2 check, winning a pawn back, but also seizing the initiative. Is this h-pawn a runaway train, or is it a false hope?
It looks far away to me, that h-pawn. It is dangerous, but Nakamura has to think about defense at some point. How is he going to get his rook back? If he could get his rook on d2 somehow, if somehow he could maybe play rook h8 and swing the rook down to d2, but his h-pawn is certainly the deflector here, and it looks like he's pushing it down the board.
A lot of blitz moves just took place.
He's played h5 and gone for h6, and they're just whipping out moves now. Pawn on h6.
Can we see the webcam?
We've got 2 minutes for Nakamura and less than 1 for Fabi.
Not quite a draw, though, as you look at this position. But look how close the pawn is to scoring a touchdown.
Exactly.
That pawn on h6 is far ahead. Fabi has to figure out where the perpetual is, because I don't think it's going to be easy to stop that pawn at all. That pawn could be on h7, protected by a knight, by the way.
Exactly.
And then it'll be easy to promote. So there's a real challenge here. And
Unless he could try to trade on f3 at the right moment if he could get in rook h2 as well. If you can get all those moves in, rook h2 and knight f3 check.
Well, there's no check on f3. That was why Hikaru chose the square d1. He didn't want to, and after rook h2, rook e7 with a tempo against the knight, and then, of course, if the knight moves, h7. So, in other words, knight f3.
Only 7 seconds on the clock, counting down.
And now he has played knight f3, but there is that in-between move that Yasser suggested, h7. In this position, so that after knight g5, you've got rook e8 check and h8, leading to a winning endgame up in exchange.
Exactly.
So, what you going to do about that? Are there enough checks here to withstand it? No. We're running away.
And he has played
h7.
And oh dear, it looks like that h-pawn is going to win the game.
And he has to take. He has no other choice.
Check, queen.
And we get the queen.
Rook takes, and now it's
up in exchange for a pawn. But the problem is those pawns look like
very
goners.
vulnerable. Rook h5 is coming. This looks like...
I don't think you're going to be able to hold on to those pawns, and if white manages to capture one, it'll be bad.
Hikaru is about to take a lead in this match, I believe.
That's right.
His
in
first
fact,
lead in the whole match.
This position is dominating, clearly losing for black, and wham, another pawn goes. So now he doesn't even have a pawn compensation despite having some time on the clock. It's falling apart here, and now knight to d6, and Hikaru knows it. He knows this is his. But this was the point of having that extra time. When you have those extra 2 minutes, even if you're not necessarily winning, it's so much harder to play. He was down to 40 seconds, and it's just been a disaster. He could have potentially saved the game. Now he's going down.
Mm-hmm.
And some nice endgame tactics, very thematic. So I encourage you guys to replay those. You know, we spend so much time on tactics that involve checkmating, but what about tactics that involve pawn promotion?
Right.
Those are also super important, and I think that oftentimes those patterns are not as well developed.
One of the most beautiful combinations I've seen in quite some time was played in Dortmund. It was Nisipiano was white against Fabiano, and Fabiano managed to promote a pawn through rook sacrifice. That was really, really gorgeous. Fabiano.
Okay, yes,
it was a gorgeous combination of a pawn promotion.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just that look on Nakamura's face, look at the way he's looking up, thinking, calculating very deeply in the position to make sure nothing's wrong before he plays his move. It's a funny look, meaning I'm about to kill you.
Far away.
I'm just far away, checking all the variations very rapidly, and now I'm going to take the pawn to make sure all this works, and he's rechecking the variations again. So critical moment here. Rook check. He's about to lose the e-pawn with check. by the way. He's going to lose his e-pawn with check, but challenging Caruana, as if he could get rid of both pawns, it'll be a draw.
Right.
So this is really close, you know, when you're thinking, I'm so close. If I could just get the 2 pawns. But now this last check, Nakamura making sure absolutely that it does not happen. And he's played King C5.
But I believe he didn't make the time control. I think he overstepped.
And we take the lead here. Nakamura takes the lead.
Is that what happened? He ran out of time. Unbelievable that he did not just play knight takes e3 check.
No, he was in check.
I'm sorry, didn't I just play King B5?
And then he was calculating King B5, Rookie 6.
You gotta move.
But you gotta
move. That was very disappointing.
But he is losing. He's still losing that one.
Still, you've got to move. It's a knight. You know how knights do. There's tricks with knights. You might get forked and you steal a rook somehow.
He was deciding whether or not to resign and its flag
fell. That was terrible.
One of those things.
That was terrible.
6 games in the Fischer Random variant.
6 decisive games.
And 6 decisive games. Did you see that coming? Is Fischer Random
I thought there would be more decisive games, but to have 6 out of 6, a perfect record. Are we going to go for 8 out of 8?
We'll
find out in a few minutes. Let's just take a look at the results that we have here so far. We've got 2 points for Hikaru Nakamura and 1 for Fabiano in the Fischer Random round 2 here at the St. Louis Showdown. And that brings Nakamura to +1 in this match.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Yifan is now leading as well by the same margin. She's got 3 points, and Negi's got 2.
Exactly.
By the way, we can't even point to.
And we
can't even point to the black having an advantage or white having an advantage. Everybody's winning.
Yes.
Name the color. So we're seeing. I think it's because theory is not established in any of these positions. It's not long theory where you can say, I'll play this line, I have it memorized, and it just memorizes out to equality. You're seeing that the openings don't matter as much, and you're just getting crazy play, which is exactly what Fischer wanted.
That's right. We love the Fischer Random format so far. It's leading to lots of blood. Let's take a look at last night. We had a wonderful event with Mike Matheny and, of course, Grandmasters Fabiano, Caruana, and Nakamura, as well as Chess Club founder Rex Singfield, and some special guests in honor of Veterans Day.
So we're going to have a tandem chess match today. It's not the most common type of chess, but Rex is pretty experienced at this. Basically, there's a 2 versus 2 match where one side, playing the white pieces, will be playing alternatively. So Rex will play one move, then Fabiano will play the next one, and then it goes back to Rex. Same with the black pieces. Now, the interesting part is that the partners cannot actually talk about chess with each other. So the team is only as strong as its weakest link.
Yeah, it's not quite as good, but it's not the end of the world.
The conversation around baseball managing is thinking so many steps ahead, and you guys are so many moves ahead, and that you've already memorized so many different strategies. It's mastering a craft. Grandmaster's a great name for it, and it's just something that I have a great deal of respect for.
We'd like to recognize a very special guest that is with us this evening. James Vernon, a retiree and Army veteran, was leading a chess class with 16 children in attendance. Class was interrupted when a young, knife-wielding fellow entered the room and made his intention that he intended to take some lives. He distracted the man, told the kids to run to safety, and they all made it out safely. The knife-wielding man tried to attack Mr. Vernon, but his Army skills kicked in and he held him off. And although he suffered some lacerations, he subdued the man and held him for the authorities. Mr. Vernon, you are truly one of the toughest chess teachers I've had the pleasure to be with.
When something must be done, risk injury, do it. Thank you all very much.
Hello and welcome back to the Showdown in St. Louis. We are here for round 4 of Fischer Random. So far it's been full of fireworks. 3 decisive games in both matches.
Right.
Both
All
matches.
6
And
games decisive.
Yifan winning all 3 against
A
Negi.
nice hat trick.
That's right, and taking the lead therefore in their match. And meanwhile, Nakamura winning 2 after a slow start and losing the first game, and now he's also leading by 1 point.
Exactly.
And I think the players are probably very tired, actually, because, yeah, it's 3 rapid games, but 3 rapid games in all these bizarre situations. So I would predict that the quality of the games in this round might go down. I think this is like the breaking point.
This is
where
breaking
we
point.
might see some craziness.
Well, so far we've seen some craziness and creativity as well. I thought that in the last 2 games in particular, Hikaru played very well and kept a nagging advantage in the game he just won. And that's the way Magnus Carlsen has demonstrated his ability, is to just keep these little edge and keep posing problems for his opponent. He did it very well, and Hikaru did it very well in the last round. Now we have a new position for our Fischer Random.
That's right. We've got bishops on double Fianchetto position.
On the corners.
That's
yeah,
right.
bishops in the corners. And the play has started.
And we do have a double Fianchetto opening. So a double Fianchetto, but a little bit faster than usual.
Right.
So no need to actually stick the bishop on b2 or g2. So, and it looks like Black's responded with a quick d5 to kind of gain back some center control. Nakamura playing black in this game. Remember, black was the only color that he lost with. I mean, sorry, he lost with white in the first game.
He lost with white in the first game, yes. And I haven't just seen the moves unfold on the board, but normally speaking, when you can get in this bishop takes d5 as black, you're pretty happy to not only trade off of an inactive piece, but it just means that white's ability to castle short has been compromised already by the fact that the normal fianchetto bishop is missing. So I'm sure Hikaru is happy with the outcome of this opening so far. We're going to turn it to Maurice so we can see exactly how that unfolded as he's setting up his board. And again, apologies. It seems I have a very temperamental computer here in the studio that despite the ministrations of our best and brightest, has not responded.
And we do have the starting position up now in the first few moves.
And we'll move to Maurice. Maurice, e4.
Yes, e4 looks like best by choice. No matter what the Fischer Random position is, there's been a lot of e4s being played. e4, c5, b3, b6, and after g3, of course, the e-pawn push and the g-pawn push. So there's some slight weaknesses on the light squares here. So d5 by black immediately takes, and we see this trade on d5 happening. Queen takes with the tempo gaining knight e3 and the queen dropping back to d7. So some weakness here on the light squares. Of course, he could castle on this side, could white, and he would have this loss of his light squared bishop in the position. So that will be a challenge for him at some point in the game. It looks like it's somewhat reduced by removing these pawns. A lot of the play seems to have come out of the position for white. I feel like the sting of white's position, potential advantage, is somewhat gone here. I'm already liking black's opportunities in this position. Just the feel of it. It doesn't feel like there's a real edge. Although I have to say, it is a challenge for black. If he ever plays g6 and allows this trade, he will not be able to castle because he'll have to play rook takes on h8, and then he won't be able to castle, at least on that side. He'll still be able to castle on the other side, and that will be something I think he does want to do, even though this rook is already poised on the c line, waiting for him to go in that direction. So interesting play still, certainly a lot to go for as we continue the opening of this game.
I agree. I think the venom or the staying in the position for white has been taken away, and frankly, I have a slight preference for black. I see very easy ideas of development for Hikaru at this point. He just goes knight c6, puts his knight on d4, fianchettos his bishop, eventually fianchettos his bishop with g6, and he's just a very happy camper. No problems. And Fabiano may have regretted, well, will regret that he allowed this quick d5 by black, as he's got less than nothing in the position, frankly.
Yeah, one thing that's actually surprised me, by the way, that Nakamura has handled these positions is that he seems like he's more focused on pawn activity and center control than on this this kind of like more artificial quick piece development. Mm-hmm. Like even in that first game, like he was playing d4, e4. You see like a lot of d4s and e4s, where like your first gut instinct from somebody not as well versed in Fischer Random is like, oh, why not just like try to get the bishop out and attack something?
Right, some flank opening, G4, B4, something like that. But the rules of strategy still apply. Control the center, good piece development, safe king.
Right, so even though there's all these unusual avenues, it turns out that e4 and d4 are often very good moves.
Indeed.
So I find that quite interesting. Maurice?
Well, they might disagree with you in this other game because Hou Yifan has decided not to play with her traditional e4 move, and she has instead opened with g3. So g3 is on the board, g6, fianchetto position, and now the move c4, c5, knight c3, not allowing any trades along the long diagonal. d3 was played, d3, d6, and now knight to d2, knight to d7, and a3, an interesting move. Looking like it's seeking expansion on this side. A bit odd to me since it would involve the pawn sacrifice at the moment, but certainly they're moving a bit faster than they were before. Remember, in the previous games, they would spend minutes on just the first few moves. I think that Negi realizes, don't get into time pressure. That's a bad deal. Play quickly and get a decent position and then play chess after that. After all, once the pieces find good squares, then it's just a chess game. And I think he still hasn't gotten that memo yet, but maybe he's gotten it this game.
Very good, yes. Spending a lot of time on move 1 as well as move 2 as well as move 3 simply doesn't work in this time control. The clock factor, as we've seen throughout these matches, is important, and it really creeps up on you. You'd think to yourself, I've got 10-second bonus. I'll never lose on time. Well, guess what? We've seen a couple games where they lost.
Both of them were lost.
At that moment, yes.
Yeah,
they didn't quite expect to lose on time when it actually occurred. Queen a4 by Hou Yifan, as she's really revving up for the move b2, b4, normal in such positions, and it looks, by the way, like an English of sorts, a symmetrical English.
You like it?
Yeah, well, they just go a5, and they say, I'm not going to willingly cede you the opportunity to play b4, and I don't see why. Knight d7 to e5.
So we saw knight e5
instead of a7, a5, the move I was suggesting to just simply put the kibosh,
but
stop
creating some weaknesses
on b4. But okay, knight e5.
Now we're getting some tweets from the community, and a couple from grandmasters watching this. You said 960 was popular with grandmasters, indeed. Andre Divietkin says that world number 5 just won against world number 6 after 12 moves. That's surprising and spectacular. He's saying that that Nakamura was winning the game after 12 moves.
With this move, bishop takes b7 check. Yes.
Right, and that we need more of this to promote chess. Some interesting comments. I think that is perhaps true, that the audience might find it more interesting for there to be some decisive fireworks very early in the game, and just all these decisive games in general.
Exactly.
Rather than when both players play so well, we see
they're equally matched, and they tie each other too often.
Christian Chirilla also said that the St. Louis Chess Club is leading the chess revolution with innovations like this, and he also calls Fischer Random absolutely savage. So that's a nice adjective. We like savage
Christian.
chess. I know Maurice likes savage chess.
Brutal.
Is it gonna be savage in this game?
Well, Nakamura, we've seen him over the years love to attack a king, and given an opportunity, he's not going to back down in this game. Already with the black pieces, as you mentioned, Yaz, putting the knight on c6, and after d3, boy, that looks totally tepid, this kind of move. Knight to e6, total clamp down on the d4 square, never going to push that pawn. Knight d2, g6, offering this trade, telling his opponent, okay, I'm not going to castle on this side, but of course, he could also castle by hand, typical chess if he wants to. He could still castle queenside if he wants, but he could put a king on g7. But after knight f3, he said, you know what, let me put a pawn on h5. check that move out and test you. The possibility of the move h4 and now rook to e1 has been played in the game. f6. Look at turgid chess going on with this pawn formation, and now c3 controlling the d4 square, and we're seeing it started off like it could be normal for black. I mean, it started with Fischer Random, then it looked normal, and now after those last two moves, h5 and f6, it starts to look strange again. He could have just castled queenside, I think, but with his choice putting his king on f7, he's almost waving a red flag in front of a bull. I'm a bit surprised by this choice by Nakamura. Even if it's good, it just looks a bit unnecessary. Although by putting the king there, he's now getting ready to put his rook on e1, so queen to e2. The d-pawn is certainly weak in the long run, and it's not clear how white is going to make any pawn breaks at all. These pawns, they're solid where they are. Well, maybe the d-pawn might not agree with my characterization of it because this looks a little weak, but how are they going to move? How are they going to get up the board? And these knights are not exactly going anywhere. So I think Nakamura feels like his snake-like configuration is stopping any advances by the white pieces, although there is power on the e-file, but it doesn't look like that's going anywhere either. I think that black is perfectly fine here. This looks like a position for him to play, and Nakamura, you know how he is. Original positions, they just come to him like a duck to water.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Maurice. I thought with the move h5 that Hikaru's intent was to speculate with an exchange sacrifice, that is to say, play the move h4, takes on h4, take it, just take it, and then try to make hay out of the f4 square and playing rook h8 and so forth and so on. Maybe he's slowing down because he's seeing there's a defensive reaction, knight g2, after the exchange sacrifice. But I really thought that this whole build-up with f6 and king f7 was to play for the attack, frankly. And he may still do it. I mean, you see, there's still some consideration for playing such a move as g5, g4, and knight g5. It's highly committal for black to do that. But there's something attractive about black's position for me. I like what Hikaru has done, and I don't like white's position.
Yeah, he's really good at creating harmony where you least expect it.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, he's a marvelously creative player, and I like, whoa, b5. Okay, that's coming on the other side. Clearly, the idea behind b5 is Hikaru wants to play b4 so that he can win control of the d4 square. If he can plant a knight on the d4 square, then a lot of the light squares around white's king are suddenly vulnerable, specifically the f3 square. So I like this move, b5, very much. And again, putting problems
and our knights are just
for Fabiano.
So annoying. Our knights are just so ineffective.
The knight on e3 really, yeah, it just makes a very bad impression indeed.
It's so annoying how that just like that little move f6 renders our knight on f3 so impotent.
No longer having the e5 or the g5 squares. That's right. So Fabiano basically falling into a very passive position early on and seemingly unaware of what was happening from literally the moment that Hikaru played the move d5. And how are we doing in our other match between Hou Yifan and Negi? What is going on?
Well, we have that position up. Let me pull that position on the board right now, and it looks like a couple of developments. After knight d5, the move b4 was played, going for that queenside possibility. Queen to d7, however, very solid. No trades matter at the moment. And now bishop g2, a little creeping move, bringing the bishop up from the h1 square. Just slight improvement, controlling h3 as well. Knight to d4, offering a queen trade, which in fact did happen in the game. And knight takes on d7. Nothing much going on here in this endgame. It looks as though it's a pretty normal position. The move b5 was played, controlling this side. Looking like maybe guys like you, Yaz, like this position, get excited about playing these queenless English-type formations. But when I'm looking at this for myself, I'd be thinking, no way I'm getting this home. What should we be doing in a position like this? Because it just looks like it's fairly nondescript. Looks pretty equal.
Exactly. You try to lull your opponent to sleep in such positions. The idea is that long term, white is playing for a4, a5, trying to create a weakness on the b6 square. And that extra space on the queen side becomes very meaningful in endgames, especially rook and knight ending. Well, I have a lot of experience in those positions, and I tend to do quite well. I noticed that in view of b5, b4 in the Hikaru game, Fabiano played knight on e3 to c2, anticipating that he'll have to fight over the control of the d4 square. But again...
B4 anyway.
Yeah, b4 anyway. But again, a very
looks so
passive position for Fabiano, and it's like he's seizing the defensive very early in this game.
Because it's not just the d4 square, it's also the d3 pawn that can be targeted as well.
Exactly. After you've played the move c3, c4, you've got this backward pawn on an open file, always a very easy, ready target for...
Aha, so Fabiano was ready to meet b4 with d4. That was his concept behind knight c2. Is that sufficient? I mean, so this is a pawn sacrifice, taking advantage, well, it's not really a sacrifice. You can't snap because there's a pawn hanging on e7 at the end of the variation, right?
Correct.
But you can try to take it on your own terms later because it's going to be a weak pawn.
Well, okay, so what happens after b4 takes c3, Jen?
Okay, so we already we were starting with c takes d4, and
well,
I was
c
saying
takes d4, knight takes d4,
yeah.
Knight takes d4, is e takes d4, and the e7 pawn is hanging at the end of the variation. Agreed.
So what if after take c3, what happens after d5, queen d5, rook d1? Is queen f5 okay, or do I have knight h4 there?
Very good question. I think I
and knight
wanted to
h4
be
and then queen g4 h3, right? I mean f3, I suppose.
Yeah, queen g. Yeah, I had wanted to toss in a knight d4, but there's still that e7 pawn hanging. So Hikaru decided to capture on d4, and I was expecting a knight trade to happen, but it didn't. C takes d4, c takes d4 is the position we have on the board.
All right, so actually we were talking about how passive Fabiano was being, but with this idea of playing knight c2 and d4 to the contrary, he's trying to look for active play to neutralize what looked to be a mounting strategic advantage if he just stood still.
Right. If we could go back a few moves here, instead of the move after knight c2, instead of the move b4, let me toss out a real wild shot, g5. What about g5? Okay, the idea is as straightforward as can be. I want to play g4 and chase the knight away so that when I do play b4, I'll have the d4 square falls firmly in my midst, right? So in this case, d4 would be ill-advised because then I can play g4 and simply win the pawn on d4.
Well, I could still play d5 there, and you couldn't take on f3 because it takes on e6 check, but you could play queen takes d5, and then after rook d1, probably have the in-between move takes on f3, right?
Okay, so let's see it on the board. So g5, d4, and you were saying in case of my intention g4, you wanted to toss in f5. That looks like a good shot.
You mean d5?
Yeah, d4,
yeah,
d5. That's a good shot. Nice one, Jen.
But maybe you can just play queen takes d5 here.
Right.
And then after...
rook d1, take on f3. It's weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this
take
is
on f3 with the pawn. So this is wild. But let's go back to the game because that's going to get quite interesting too.
And the players are moving very quickly after this trade of d pawns. I saw a flurry of hands.
Oh, so there have been some trades here.
Right. Knight takes d4,
okay.
Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, rook takes c1, forced, by the way, because again, e7 was hanging, and Hikaru just said, gift me the pawn.
And Fabiano perhaps thinking that this was the best route to go for the active play with rook c7 in this position.
Exactly.
And now
rook c7, rook e8.
And now in order to hold on to all the pawns, he has to get a little bit passive with rook e8.
Exactly. It's a temporary thing, but you want to keep the a7 pawn as well as e7. You could have gone
What if we
queen
try to bail
d6.
out with queen c4? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say you could have played queen d6 and kept it, and after rook a7, it made an active rook c8, for example. But clearly, keeping the pawn and slowly playing a5, queen d6, and then activating the rook is Hikaru's idea. But you wanted to ask, should white play queen c4 and go into a straight rook ending?
Yeah, try to bail out.
My answer to that is probably yes.
And we can try to bail out with a queen c4. You were talking about simplification. Normally simplification to try to win, but sometimes it's simplification to try to draw.
Exactly.
Or even the scene.
Stealing a draw from a lost position is, as satisfying as sometimes winning a drawn position.
Right.
It's very nice when you can hold. But again, something went very wrong early in the game, because Fabiano simply is worse. And, he's thinking, what's my best idea of holding the game now?
Right, so to do a little concrete analysis, if queen c4 check, queen takes c4, pawn takes c4.
Right.
Now...
Your idea, of course, is rook a7, so I'll probably play rook a8. I'm afraid that if I play a5, you'll go rook a7, and I'm almost for sure going to land in rook and 3 versus rook and 4, which is generally...
The problem is this good enough? Because it looks like the rook is passive, but hey, if you start playing a5 and a4, it's actually in a decent spot to have a little bit of fun.
I think white is still very, very close to a draw. He's going to play rook b7.
And push the c guy.
Exactly, and push the c guy. But still, it's not pleasant as white, almost from the get-go, to try to draw. Here, by the way, this doesn't look very good for white at all. King e6, king d5. Give up the e7 pawn and get a majority on the queen side. That should simply be lost. So maybe my whole
concept
of queen c4 should not be played.
Yeah, maybe we can go back and look for some other consolidating ideas, because there are other ideas here, right? So after rook c7, rook e8, I feel like we can also consider some other moves.
If I were white, I'd probably just smack down h4 and just say, okay, prove it. You're a pawn up, I agree, but go ahead and prove it.
How about queen a6 also, just going after that pawn in another way?
Queen a6. Okay, that releases my rook. I'm no longer tied. So I might go rook d8. And if you take on a7, for example, with the queen, something like queen e4, and I can generate a lot of threats.
Right, that's a problem. Things can get nasty, huh?
Yeah, just, and also I can tickle you with h5, h4.
Right,
and that's a little bit unpleasant.
Yourself.
That's why,
Gosh, that centralized queen attacking and defending.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful, isn't it? That queen in the middle of the board. So I was thinking h4 maybe, and has this been played, by the way, h4 and a5? These two moves have been taught. Yes, they have. So the players have caught up with us, and still white has a problem. He's active, but
not enough for a pawn.
Yeah, black is going to unwind shortly, and you need concrete play. Let's put it that way. Maurice.
I'm not sure. To me, it looks as though it's clear he's up a pawn. The engines are saying that there's a slight edge here for black for sure, up the pawn, but not a decisive edge. And although there's activity, sometimes when you have activity, it's potential activity. It's not about trying to prove that you have enough play. You are, in fact, down a pawn. But is the guy really going to unravel? That's not entirely obvious. There's always going to be some kind of issues with this pawn structure here, and he has to be careful. Your rook could always move over and keep an eye on this a pawn, and your queen could maybe get in on the light square somehow. This queen, of course, is very dominating, so you don't have to rush to prove anything right now. You're down a pawn. You sacrifice the pawn. You actually sacrifice the pawn on purpose. And again, we get back to that Petrosian concept that sometimes when you sack a pawn, play like you sacked it, not like you lost it. There's nothing for white to prove. And there he goes. He just played the move king to g2, and he's saying, you know what? I'm going to relax. Show me why you're up a pawn. And look at Nakamura. Nakamura's decided that it's not enough, and he has agreed to a draw. He has agreed to a draw. Very tricky. I find it hard to believe that he was satisfied by not playing any more moves, but he was +1 for the day, and so he agreed to a draw. I find that to be pretty shocking, actually, that he just stopped completely. But it did look as though that position was very tricky. Not so easy for Black to win, but Black certainly could have tried some more. Maybe fatigue caught up with the players, as you mentioned, Jen, after several rounds, and Nakamura is satisfied with the fact that he's up +1 at the end of the day. Certainly the fans are not happy seeing a draw happen in this situation. But again, to me, the potential for White, it's just what would Black do in that position? It was not very easy. Still, it didn't look like Black had anything to lose by playing at least a few moves, maybe a King F8 or something. It's just not that easy to unravel that position, though. The main thing about Queen and Rook against Queen and Rook often is King safety. And White's King is far more secure. Which pawn should Black advance? I'm not happy with the draw for sure, but at the same time, I can understand that this position was not clearly better for Black.
Well, we're going to hear, I'm sure, from the players quite soon. So,
well, they obviously shared that.
As well.
To make a sporting analogy for just a moment, I'm a big fan of American football, and whenever my team has the ball just with 2 minutes to go in the half, I want them to make a drive. You know, like I want them to go and risk a 2-minute drive. And oftentimes the coach just says, well, let's run on the ball and run the clock out and go into halftime with a lead. And I always want them, you know, to go for it. And that's kind of what I feel like here, that Hikaru was very satisfied to end the day at a +1. And he got his +1, and he got a favorable position, but he was satisfied with his +1. That's
it doesn't sound like Hikaru, though.
It doesn't. He's more of a maximalist.
So maybe he really had something very concrete in mind, and that he thought Caruana could defend. I mean, we'll hear from him himself.
Exactly. And having said that, shall we move to our other game for a moment between Hou Yifan and Negi?
Yeah, let's just take a look and see what's going on the webcam here, on the camera, that is.
So she has gotten in her A4. She was trying to create a weakness on the B6 square, but it really feels like Negi has defended simply very well, and there's not much in the position.
And down on the time for the first time in the last few games.
That is to say, Hou Yifan is way ahead.
Yes. Usually been up. Yeah.
Yes, and in this particular game, she slowed considerably, and it looks like Black is simply doing very fine. He's managed to get in A6 before Yifan got in the move A5, and so I'd actually say that Black has a little pull here at this moment.
All right. Well, Negi, if he does win this game, that would actually even the match score.
Wow.
In a bizarre way, right?
Wow, exactly.
With 100% blood.
Right. But also, after, you know, sometimes you're just so groggy. You've lost 3 games in a row. You kind of feel like, you know, who changed the rules? You know, you just, it's recovery. If he could recover and just stop the bleeding with a draw, I'm sure he'd be very pleased. If he could actually turn the tables and managed to salvage a win.
Salvage a win?
Yeah.
That's a new expression.
There you go.
I like
salvage
that.
A win. And just go with a 3-1 result. That would just be a brilliant finish to a horrifying day.
But the thing is, these losses, these decisive results, take so much more energy out of the players that I think tomorrow in the Rapid we're going to be in for a treat with these two, as they're going to be coming at each other, but with a lot of energy, but perhaps like not as much accuracy as you might normally expect, because, wow, this is going to take a lot out of them.
Right. By the way, just to share an insight, after the first day, we were all having a nice dinner together, and Negi was next to me, and I asked him, what about this Rook E8 move in the Dragon that she played? And he said, well, it's the latest and greatest in theory, and the book that I'm writing on, I had just devoted a whole chapter to this, and I was talking about all of this. So it turns out that of all the people for for Hou Yifan to spring a surprise on. It wasn't Negi. He knew the position inside and out. And it was like, oh. So he's actually very theoretical. Maybe he'll do much better in the rapids.
All right, well, we'll be looking forward to that, and hopefully you have your weekends, afternoons clear to watch the Showdown in St. Louis. Now we have Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, number 6 in the world, about today's Fischer Random. We're really excited to hear him talk with Maurice.
Well, after a difficult day where he won the first game and lost the next 2, Fabiano, you managed to get a draw. Thanks for joining us. How did it feel winning that first game? Did you feel like the win was with you after that victory?
No, I mean, it's just one game and it's a very long match. I felt like he wasn't playing very well in the first game, especially in this end game, which was just a dead draw, and he made a bunch of mistakes. Then after that, yeah, these 2 games were not good for me.
Can you figure out what happened for you? What changed in the way you played, or was it just him putting on extra pressure?
No, I think I didn't play very well. In one game, the opening went very badly, which is always a risk in Fischer Random. Although I later recovered and had chances to make a draw.
Is this the game where he sacrificed on B7?
Yeah, that game. I mean, he didn't even have to take on B7. It was a very bad position for me. And in another game with white, I think I was totally fine, and I was just outplayed. And in the last game, my position after the opening was bad, but I think he was pretty satisfied with the draw and +1 after this day.
Are you surprised that he stopped play in this last game up upon? You certainly had some compensation defensively. Were you surprised he didn't try to press you?
I didn't expect a repetition, but I think it's probably just a dead draw. It's not even easy for him to get his rook out. He has to defend E7, and then I can give a check and attack A5 or something. I should make a draw pretty easily.
What is it like to play Fischer Random? You played 4 games now. Is it something that you're looking forward to? Basque was interesting yesterday. Fischer Random, how does it feel to play that?
Yeah, it's pretty stressful. I mean, in the opening, I was trying to play as quickly as I could. I didn't want to linger over all the possibilities, but overall, I don't think it went well for me in the opening. With white, I got nothing twice. With black, I was probably fine in one game, but in another game, it was just a disaster.
Do you think it's more a function of the time than the position necessarily, because you tried to play quickly and didn't necessarily get the chance to study everything, particularly like his defensive moves in black when he played D5 in the last game and seemed to more or less equalize pretty quickly?
I mean, it's taken us hundreds of years to understand just the normal starting position in chess. So I don't think that an extra 10 or 15 minutes is going to help me over the board.
Well said. Well, thanks so much. And tomorrow, are you looking forward to a fresh start with rapid chess?
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, I don't think it's going to be less stressful because I mean we're under the same conditions, and it's still going to be very tough. Although at least I'm not completely on my own from the start.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing your play tomorrow. Thanks. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, after a tough day, not so bad though, only down -1 after the Fischer Random games.
Thank you, Maurice. And just to say, by the way, when we were at the school, Voigt Elementary, this morning, all the players had come and we were playing with children. As it so happened, I was playing a child, and next to me was Fabi. And he was playing the child, and the child was trying to hang his knight. And Fabi was explaining to him, don't do that, don't do that. And it was like, and the kid was like really, really pleased that he was allowed to take back the move and to understand. And Fabi had a very gentle demeanor with the young boy. Then Maurice came in and started telling the young boy what he should be doing, and then it all hell broke out. It was just, but it was. He's very soft-spoken, and I really admired the way he was doing the Simon with the young boy.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that he was such an elite grandmaster sometimes, based on his very modest and gentlemanly demeanor.
Exactly. Yes, he just
Not
comes
saying
off
anything
his
bad about the average grandmaster.
Oh, okay. Well, we won't go there then.
But just anybody who's really, really good at what they do tends to have that aura of invincibility and sometimes cockiness. But Fabi lacks that.
Yes. Yes.
And we have Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, number 5 in the world, and who's won Fischer Random World Championship since then?
Nobody. He's the reigning champ.
Here he is with Maurice.
I'd like to correct you there, Yaz. I didn't tell him what to do at all. I suggested no moves for the young man. I would not interrupt a game like that. However, I did take off Fabiano's rook from the board. I said, you don't need an extra rook. Let's just get rid of this rook. You can still beat the kid without a rook. And he managed to do it anyway. And with our guest, Hikaru Nakamura, I actually took off a rook, bishop, knight, and queen from the board. And he managed to win anyway. This guy plays any kind of chess against anyone. So if it was any kind of precursor for what's going to happen today, that was certainly it. First of all, welcome to the show, Hikaru. You played this first game not so well. You must have been unhappy after your result after that game.
Actually, I thought I was playing quite well. I thought that I should be very slightly better, and then basically I didn't find anything convincing. And I just lost my mind, basically. It should have been a complete draw, but I just lost my mind. I just made some very bad moves, and therefore I lost. And it was just, a bit silly, but, I mean, okay, it happens.
But then you bounced back to next games. What was your assessment of the following 2 games?
Well, I think Fabiano, he kind of didn't sense the danger in the second one, especially, because it felt like maybe he was slightly better, shouldn't be much worse, but then after this bishop d4, after I got this bishop on d4, it was just slightly better, and then I found this nice tactic with bishop takes f2. So the second game was quite nice. The third one was pretty bad as well. I mean, I think I was just winning on the spot in the third one if I played this knight d6 check instead of b takes c3. And kind of when I took with b takes c3, I mean, I suspect if you do it in slow-mo, you'll see there's like a half second where I'm like holding the pawn because I realized that I had knight d6. And after that, somehow I thought it was slightly better, but again, like in the first game, it was not convincing at all. But then at the end, Fabiano made a few mistakes, and that's how I was able to capitalize.
So with those 2 wins under your belt, where you were not so thrilled necessarily, you had one good tactic, as you mentioned, does that influence the next game? Because you were up a pawn at the very end. Certainly not a big edge. Clearly he has compensation. The rook is on the c7 square, and your king is a little unsafe. You seem to decide it was fine. Just stop the draw right at that. Enjoy the game.
I'm not even sure what I'm really playing for. I mean, first of all the end games are drawn if queens come off the board, and Fabiano can definitely force queens off the board. And then secondly, I mean, I'm a +1. +1 in a match where I think I'm going to be favored as we head into the final 2 days. So I just didn't see the point in playing on really.
So you feel your advantage now is even greater in Rapid and in Blitz?
No, I think Rapid's the big test. I think Rapid's where we're most evenly balanced. Okay, I mean, Basque chess obviously is very close to classical chess, so it's in a way the same thing. But I feel my 2 advantages are in Fischer Random and in Blitz. I think Blitz more so than anything else. So again, it's a match. The goal is to win, and I don't see the point in over pressing or trying too hard. That's what I did in the first game of Fischer Random, and I didn't do myself any favors, and I put myself in a tough spot. So why risk it?
Well, we're looking forward to the Rapid Chess tomorrow, and we wish you the best. Good rest tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura taking the lead on day 2 of the Showdown in St. Louis against his nemesis here in the U.S. Anyway, the number 2 player, Fabiano Caruana. Guy?
So that leaves us with a question. Will anyone take the lead in the Yifan Negi match? Yifan has, but Negi has a chance to tie it up now.
Exactly. I think, and they're still at play. Confusingly enough, all 8 pawns are still, all 16 pawns are still on the board. You don't usually see that at a stage so late where so many pieces have been traded, but here we have it. G4, and I think King D7 was the last move. It still seems terribly balanced to me.
Balance on the clocks too, for once. Both players have about 5 minutes. Negi dropping down now in thought. Remember, he had almost twice as much time as Yifan just 10 moves ago.
Right.
twice.
Exactly.
She had 7 and he had 14, so she spent almost no time, and he's burned
He's
it.
been thinking.
That's a bad sign. Very bad sign. He just frittered away all that time on the clock, which means that he is not present to the board right now. And I think that signals real trouble for him. You can't just throw 10 minutes away.
But having said that, don't you think that black's a little bit better after, for example, the move a6 takes b5, forcing c4 takes b5, d6, d5, to stop knight c4. I don't want white knights to go to c4. And on a good day, black, okay, bad move for white would be, say, g5, driving the knight to the very square it wants to go, g5, knight e8, with the idea of knight d6, knight e8, pardon me, with the idea of knight d6 and knight takes b5, and suddenly it's black's rooks on the a file that take advantage of
And it looks like he has played a move, so we'll see if he's following your analysis.
a b5 or not. I mean, again, the times are pretty even, but I was thinking that this type of play at least, and he did play, in fact, e6. Did he?
Yeah, and Yifan played knight b1.
That's a very good move, because now a b5 could be met with a b5, and then
That's
the
right.
position's dead even. That's
So
just
that
a draw.
she was anticipating your idea,
Right.
and so making this deep prophylactic move. Well, not deep, but it's unusual. Normally you're not moving your knight to b1.
Exactly.
So that's not a move that occurs to everybody quickly.
Exactly, but just simply protecting the a3 rook is vital so that black doesn't get that type of little edge that I had previously pointed out. So a b5, and I think the players could easily agree to a draw at that moment.
Wow.
Looks like she offered him a draw. It seemed like she spoke when she made her move, but he did not respond. I'm not sure about that, but it looks like massive trades now along the A file have occurred. Rook takes, and I believe rook takes has also been played. This kind of ending is clearly drawn, no question about it. This position is as even as it gets.
True.
But he's going for it. D5. He's got less time on the clock. Again, 3 minutes. He might press a little bit. You realize, as Nakamura said, sometimes the position's even and you don't want to overpress. You don't want to do too much and get yourself in trouble. This move D5 is still within the window of the draw, but be careful. Don't do anything completely nuts. End up blowing the position. For the moment, he is still certainly okay and can manage just this position. And it's up to her to make good moves, but pressure moves that may cause him to stop and think for a little bit longer. Get him under a minute. That's the key. More than anything, don't fall under his time. Don't let that happen. Make a move. She has many good moves here. She doesn't have to worry about what she plays next. She could even pass in this position. There's no real threat. She could play even, I believe, king to g3 maybe is possible. Just to pass, just to relax. Just do something. I think you need to do something and not study the position too deeply for what you want to do here and dramatically change anything.
Yeah, it's hard to think of any move that is going to really change the evaluation of this position.
Yeah,
I mean, like if she gets a knight to a4, the king just adequately defends on c7.
Right. I think that the key line is going to be g5.
And that's what happened.
Knight e8, knight b1, knight d6, knight d2. And the idea is that you're just holding up the c4 pawn, but at a certain moment you also are playing for e3, e4. And it looks like a very balanced position once again. Like this is the main drawing line, let's put it that way.
But both players still...
The main drawing line.
Yeah,
there are other drawing lines, but this is the main one.
Deep analysis there, guys. This just looks so dead. Hard to imagine how you do something. You have to commit almost Harry Carey to somehow lose this. This is pretty close to totally dead.
And by the way,
But you
has
wouldn't know
G5 been played?
I think so. Yes, it has been played.
G5
Knight E8
looks
has
like
been
she
played,
has.
and I'm expecting once again the move Knight B1, Knight B1 to D2.
It is what has happened.
But really opportune, Yifan in a little bit of trouble this game, and just immediately leaping to the defense with Knight B1.
Knight B1.
And solving her problems.
Exactly.
But at the same time, Negi probably feeling a bit of relief that he didn't go 0-4, because I think that would just be something that people remember for a while. And that's hard. But I think, and it's also hard for him tomorrow, knowing that everybody's going to be talking about it. Whereas, salvaging the draw, it feels bad, but not as embarrassing.
Well, I always think in such moments where things have really, really gone south, that you got to stop the bleeding. Right, I mean, and to make a draw and to get back in the match. 4-0 would be just horrifying. I mean, for your self-confidence and all kinds of other things. But
he also might be upset at himself for not finding that simple continuation. Do you think he just missed Knight B1 and thought that he would play E6 and then play takes on B5 later?
I'm not sure. I don't know if a draw offer had been made or offered. I'm assuming you mean in this game.
When he played E6 instead of your logical suggestion of taking on
B5, yeah.
I'm wondering if he just missed the Knight B1 idea.
Quite possibly.
Because it's kind of weird.
Yes, exactly, quite possibly. But now, this move King D6 is a little bit strange. Knight C3 looks like a very good move for White. And well, I mean, if on a good day, if White can manage to get in E3, E4 on a very good day, maybe she can get some squares for her pieces. So, for example, I'm not even sure, how could I pass? I want to make a poor pass for Black.
May I
insert
momentarily? Somebody is thinking too long right now. Like, could we get a look at that clock?
Knight C7 is a bad move.
He's now at 120 and counting. You guys are talking about him making a draw. He's at 114.
No, Knight C7 allows Knight A4, doesn't it?
And now he has played it, and
Knight A8, okay, so it doesn't really
Knight A4, Knight A8, that does not look sexy at all. I'm sorry. That's not the kind of move you wake up thinking you're going to play.
It's not a way of playing for a win.
Wow, Knight to C7. And now she has a 2-minute edge on the clock, and there she goes, playing it quickly, and he's been forced to play the move Knight A8. And the question is, does she have any central breaks that make any sense? D4, E4, it looks like it's not quite there, but if she finds any tricky move right now, he's in trouble.
I was going to say H4 for White.
That's a good idea. Just waste the move for a second. I played quickly too.
Exactly.
She may not want to lose a tempo. She might want to save that tempo for later, but maybe just play it and say, make a move.
Or shuttle her king over to C3 perhaps, try to play D4.
Right. Putting the knight on A8 does not inspire confidence.
No, not at all. Not at all. This is tricky. I like that plan, Jen. Getting the king to C3. The problem is taking on C4 is going to settle the position down. Pawn takes on C4. Looks like it will fix the position. It'll be hard for White to get in.
Well, no, but the dream for White would be D takes C4, D takes C4, E5, E4, and with the knights trapped, the knight on A8 trapped like it is, you're getting into a king and pawn ending where White's king may end up being able to break through.
And how does
because if you play H4, H5, they just ignore you, right?
Well, okay, so let's say H4. Okay, can we make H4 D6? We're helping White, right? DC4,
she made a move.
DC4.
Before we get too far ahead, let's just catch what she's done before, and then you can make this analysis. She did play H4. Okay, so we're with your analysis.
Okay, H4. D takes C4, D takes C4, E5, perhaps a question mark, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
E4.
Oh, okay. I think you meant White playing E4 and then playing E5. No. You're saying Black playing E5.
Yeah,
okay.
D takes C4, D takes C4, E5, E4, and suddenly Black could be in real trouble. He could find himself in zugzwang.
Well, guess what? This last move was played H4, King E7, and now the engine's screaming the move D4 in this position, looking to blast through. D4, very sharp move. The point being that after C takes D4, C5. and that might pick up a knight. Take a look at this variation after takes b6. Well, actually, even here, without playing b6, you could also first just grab this off the board. First take this, and there's problems. b6 is coming. If c takes d4, now b6, and that's a challenge. Black has a lot of pawns. Is it enough for white to win? Certainly a tricky move, and not the kind of move he wants to see happen right now. He might be in a bit of trouble with his clock ticking down. That is not a move you want to see, and certainly an advantage for white. She just brought her knight back. She missed the chance to play the move and brought her knight back to c3. d4 was a real chance for her, but she might be happy with the position with knight back to c3. Wow, she might repeat as well. She might play knight a4. It looks like it's back. She's only repeating moves now. She doesn't see the idea, and she has ended the game in a repetition, unfortunately missing this chance to play d4 and really complicating his life.
Lucky break for Negi.
Wow, he
Lucky
dodged
break.
a bullet there.
Exactly.
And he's looking.
He may not know it himself at this moment.
He may not know at all. He may not know that d4 could have happened.
Yes.
But wow, what a shot. That could have really sent a jolt into his body if that move had appeared on the board.
Oh, God, to lose that way and go 0-4?
Ooh,
pain.
Pain. Chess can be very cruel, as we all know. Yeah, but that would have been a heck of a way of finishing a rotten day.
He looks pretty happy for somebody who has a
He's a jovial person in general. Looks like he takes losses in stride. And this is certainly a friendly match, and they're both treating it that way. But today, she wasn't very friendly.
That wasn't friendly. Who's friendly in this match?
Not at all. She's showing her stuff, her skills, and they're still showing they're just passionate chess players. Loving the game, the opportunities that could have been played, laughing it off as they had a tough day, long day, going to Vote Elementary in the beginning of the day and playing around with the kids early morning, and then spending the afternoon playing some tough games of chess. Obviously, fine ambassadors of our sport.
That's right. I mean, big shout out to the staff, too, here at the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. I mean, I'm just amazed about everything that they've done over the last few days.
Right. Well, just think of all the events that they've played.
Yeah.
Your lecture at the World Chess Hall of Fame, the matches, the fundraiser with Mike, and today.
And every single one of those events, so much planning goes into. I mean,
Weeks.
so, yeah, Joy Bray, Erica, Kelly, Shannon Bailey, everybody, Lauren Stewart, like, they all deserve so much credit. And, of course, Tony here at the Chess Club, who, on top of all that,
is the arbiter.
That's what he's saying.
He likes the arbiter job the most, actually.
These workaholics are going to need a Thanksgiving break.
Yes, and that's coming up, too.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah, well, we'll wait for the players to get set up for interviews. Take us through what's going to happen tomorrow, Saturday.
Well, let's see the results today. We've got a total score of 3.5 points for Nakamura and 2.5 for Fabiano Caruana. So still a very tight match here. 2 draws in the backs chess and 2.5, 1.5 in the Fischer Random. And in our other match, completely different route, but same score. Yifan's got 3.5 points over Negi's 2.5, and Negi actually swept the backs chess, but got battered in the Fischer Random with 3.5 by Yifan.
Right, and tomorrow we'll be going to the same time control, but it will be 4 rapid chess games.
No,
is that right,
actually a little
Jen?
shorter. So 15 minutes with the 10-second increment tomorrow as opposed to 20-10.
I see. And why is that?
Why?
I mean, why did we choose 50? We choose 20
I think
because Fischer Random requires a little bit extra thought.
A little more time.
Okay,
yeah.
I get that. Very good.
So we want it to be faster and faster.
Uh-huh.
A progression of, and so like
Speed.
on Monday we're going to be playing 1-minute chess.
Yes.
And yeah, so we've got a weekend full of quick chess activity, rapid chess on Saturday, and on Sunday blitz chess. That's always so fun. And we hope that you will join us for both days. It's going to be starting at 12:50 Central Standard Time. That's 1:50 over on the East Coast. Prize money, what are these guys playing for? Well, 150K in total prize money.
Very
60K for first in Nakamura versus Caruana, and 30K for Hou Yifan versus Negi. So, some stocking stuffers, if you will,
Exactly.
as we enter the holiday season.
Right. Nice one. It means the players can do a lot of good shopping.
Oh yeah, right. At the Central West End, we always like to support the businesses around here, especially those that give discounts for chess club members. Those are the ones that I especially like.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to justify my shopping addiction.
Very good. Very good.
You know, there are a lot of great restaurants
It's
and
true.
boutiques and whatnot in this neighborhood. It's just a lovely neighborhood, and we encourage you all to come down, see it for yourself, play a tournament, or just check out the scene. I mean, there's enough events here that you can pick one and come on down.
Yeah, and there's so many things to see in the city too. One of the wonderful things about St. Louis is its extraordinary history, the opening up of the Old West, if you will. Everybody had to transit through St. Louis and the Union Station. It's really still a beautiful landmark here in St. Louis.
I'm a huge fan of St. Louis. Definitely a second home by now because of all the great events that they have going on here.
Exactly. Okay, we have Negi in our audience, and we'll be joining him shortly.
That's right. And also, I'd like to thank, today was pretty crazy, and we had some really special help from Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, we mentioned earlier.
Yes, he's been suffering with us as he's been trying his best to get my computer to work, and it's just sometimes the computers just have the mind of their own. They refuse to cooperate.
And I think he thinks that suffering is too mild of a word based on his expression. And we do have Parimarjan, because he has to sit near us too. Parimarjan Negi, he is with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley about a tough day.
Indeed.
What are you talking about? Alejandro likes us. He's hanging out with the crew. Well, certainly a tough day for Grandmaster Parimarjan Negi. You had a great day yesterday, but today, boy, she really brought it. What a great showing by the champion. Could you have suspected that the games would go the way they did?
No, I think she played really strong, or I played really bad. I mean,
or both, maybe.
Or both, yeah. I just couldn't find any square for my pieces. Like every game, it was like my pieces just don't have any squares while she was just developing white or black. And I think I just had to remember all those rules, you know, like keep the center, develop your pieces.
Even top grandmasters have to remember these basic rules.
Yeah, I definitely forgot them today.
Well, you also seem to get in time pressure quite a bit. Like every game, it seemed you were in trouble on the clock. Do you know? Is that a result of Fischer Random and not being able to know exactly what to do coming out of the opening?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you have just so many options at first. Like normally when you play a game, it's like you have only 2-3 options to consider at every move, even in a normal position, and like you just decide one of them. And now there were like all these options, and I was like, I don't know what I want to do, and then there was like suddenly I have no more time left.
That was really difficult, and she played in very aggressive attacking style. A lot of those games.
Yeah, she like took her chances immediately.
The fire was really coming at you.
Yeah, it was really tough. Like it was like I would go a little wrong, and she'd like take the chance immediately, and then I was like defending even with white in both the games. And then like in the last game, I was like, she's playing really well. Maybe I should just copy her moves.
Good point. Now, in the last game, it looked dead drawn until your knight ended up on this A8 square. That couldn't have been pleasant. And she had an opportunity when she repeated moves to play the move D4. Did you guys think about that move at all? There's a sacrifice with D4 after you played King E7, D4, and if you take, which you can't even stop the sequence, then C5 and go for the B6 idea. Did you guys look at that at all?
No, Ben Feingold, he just told us, and we were both like, whoa, it was still possible. And I guess I felt I was trying a little bit before, and then I think we both thought it was just a draw, so we were like just playing around. But yes, D4 looked like a really nice idea.
Could have been strong. Not necessarily winning, but certainly a
definitely
potential edge.
Unpleasant in that position. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone with the knight to A8. Yeah.
Can't be good when a knight's sitting in the corner of the board. Well, you're only down one game. I mean, you did win the first day. She's won the second day. What are you thinking about going into the rapid game tomorrow? Rapid games.
Yeah, it will be very different again. So it's interesting here, like the format changes so fast, you have to adjust soon. So I'll try to just think about what I, like, just to change my mental strategy a little bit. I think coming in today, I didn't really have any special plan, like, it's 960, what I should be thinking about, and I think that was a mistake. So so I just spent my time, and like 20 minutes just like went by every game. So tomorrow I'll like have a better idea, I think, what I'll do.
Well, you better think hard, because she's looking very good right now, looking the way you looked on the first day. So who knows what will happen tomorrow. But thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in tomorrow's games.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Parimarjan Negi had a tough day at the office, but still keeps that great smile. We'll see how he handles himself tomorrow, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. And Jen, I must say I was really impressed by Hou Yifan today. I mean, let's face it, when you're in a match, especially a match where you're down 2-0, and you just feel, the world, the floor underneath your feet has, disappeared. It's really easy to fall further. And she turned it around, and that always has been, for me, a mark of a great champion.
Yeah, and we're seeing a clue from her.
When their back is to the wall, they're really, really being challenged, and they feel that now's a key moment. It's like they rise to the occasion.
That's right. You're only saying that because you just stepped in the room.
I'm trying to get ahead. No, but seriously, I have always felt that differentiated, like elite players, that their ability to really come back after a bad outing.
That mental game, and Hou Yifan, #1 woman player in the world, and just gaining lots of new St. Louis fans today.
And admirers, yes,
That's
absolutely.
Right. And she's with Grandmaster Maurice, actually.
We are with Grandmaster Hou Yifan after a fantastic performance today, going 3.5 in her games at Fischer Random. Yesterday, you lost 2 games. What was your mindset after the day was over? You went back to your hotel room thinking, man, I'm in a 2-0 or an 0-2 hole. What did you think to get you ready for today's contest?
Well, yesterday really not showing a very good performance since both past games I got almost 0 chances. I mean, there's no very promising position for me, but today Fischer Random is a totally new format. Although I never played any official games before, but I just hope that the different format could bring me more chances. And today I just try to understand what is the position exactly like, and trying to play the most, the most, not accurate moves, but to me, the most interesting moves.
Interesting is a good word, because you played very aggressively. A lot of your games were ending in great attacks. Did you feel comfortable getting into those kinds of positions where it was just big attacks in each of these games?
Well, not really, just until the late half of the game, or there's some direct attack like rook d5, a5, then there's Hou on the 3rd game, or I think the first game later I got trapped with his knight on h5, then I realized I'm better. But since all pieces are in the different positions, we're not familiar with those kind of positions, so I cannot make sure that I could bring something, but just try to make some moves.
What was that like? You don't have any real opening preparation that you can do, that you've analyzed very deeply. It seemed as if in your games the openings were very slow. On the other board with Nakamura and Caruana, they seemed to be blitzing out moves like they had seen these positions before.
Really?
But you guys were really very deliberate in the opening. Was that as a result of the lack of familiarity?
For me, yes, to be honest, since actually I'm not like never play official games, but before this tournament I just nearly play no official games, and only before I know that they're going to be this format, so I just try to play a few games among the internet. At least, try to know how to castle and how to make the pieces. And for Negi, I'm not sure, but so far we can see from opening probably also he's not very familiar with. But of course, Hikaru has played many Fischer games before, and I guess Fabiano also did some preparation. So I think I'll check their games and to see him. So far, I heard that the position is totally different.
Absolutely, absolutely. They were in end games when you guys were still in the opening. It was very interesting to see how sharp your games were at the end and the blitzing. You were at 3-0, and this last game, I'm sure you've been told already, you had this opportunity at the very end to play the move D4 and maybe sharpen it and go 0-4. What are your thoughts about that?
I didn't imagine that I could find the chance at the last moment. Actually, I was thinking some D4, like before his king e7, some e5, and take on e5, then d4, c5. But then I realized that doesn't work. But after you play king e7, somehow I forget to check some d4 moves and just try to think, okay, it's very equal, you know. I think through the whole game is around equal. Although both sides have some positive chances, some different point.
Yeah, we just wanted to see more blood. That's, you know, we're not very nice here in the U.S. Okay, now you went from being down in the match to being up in the match. You've been here before as a person who's played a number of matches in your career. What do you think about going into tomorrow's games?
Yeah, tomorrow we're back to the normal format. Okay,
we tried chess at least.
Yeah, we tried first a very interesting format, and now probably it's the time to back to the normal, you know, thinking knowledge. Just try to, well, for me, it's just try to play the normal game. Since Rapid and Blitz will bring a lot of fun for sure, especially the last 8 Blitz games. I can never imagine what will happen.
So you just go into the game tomorrow with a clear head and that's it? No special strategy?
So. Yeah, not really, but first I try to, you know, back to the normal position because today, you know, all the pieces is changing. And before each round, first I have to sit down to see where is the piece going on. And actually, there's a very interesting point. Before the last game, I saw the row both on C1 and G1, King on E1. At one moment, I got confused whether I could castle or not, you know. Just there's some blunder thinking.
So maybe tomorrow's position will be confusing to see.
Wow, I hope. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Well, you'll be back in your normal situation tomorrow. We wish you the best, and we're looking forward to seeing those games.
Oh, thank you.
Grandmaster Hou Yifan, after a fantastic performance today, 3 points out of 4, and amazing chess. Certainly a dominating game, certainly a set of dominating games. We're looking forward to seeing the matches tomorrow as these great players face off in the Showdown in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. Nice.
Another fun day indeed.
Yes.
And we are going to be back at it tomorrow, 12:50 Central Standard Time. That's 1:50 on the East Coast. Thanks again to everybody at Spectrum Studios and Fat Chimp, and St. Louis Chess Club. I also want to shout out to Tammy Kite, Mike Klein of Chess.com.
Very nice.
They were all very helpful today
Right.
In the what was a tough day.
Yeah, technical
Not only
difficulties.
for Grandmaster Negi. And here we get their current standings. Nakamura a point ahead of Caruana. Still a pretty tight match. And also, Yifan and Negi is still pretty tight. Yifan takes a 1-point lead, but anything can happen in both matches. And a final thought from Grandmaster Ashley on today.
Well, not just today. When I think back, how many games have we played? There were 4 games yesterday. There were 8 games today. The results so far, 10 wins, 2 draws. You've got to love that, and it's because of the interesting format that we have here. Lots of exciting games, lots of decisive results. That's what it's about for the fans. That's what we love to see, and it's great to see this new formats being played, being tried by the strong players, and them showing that even in these formats, they're still quite strong, quite talented. So I'm looking forward to back to the usual chess, rapid chess, which they know how to play quite well. I don't think there's going to be any dipping of excitement in these games. It should be a fun day tomorrow, round 3 here, the Showdown in St. Louis.
And thank you, Maurice. It actually is 6 decisive and 4 draws. But as Yasser has shown me many times, getting the Grandmaster title does not require a degree in counting.
Well, thank you very much.
It's all about the understanding and the tactics.
There you go.
As long as you take the pawns, do you need to know how many you're up?
Yeah.
Well, join us tomorrow for more pawn grabbing and sacrificing here at the St. Louis Chess Club at the Showdown in St. Louis.